Good morning, gentlemen. We are in the jaws of a big winter storm. It has been snowing since about 5 o'clock this morning, and it is stacking up quite quickly. If the weather doesn't change, we're looking at about 3 days of this. So this could be a significant event here, as we like to call it. We should have plenty of snow to plow for sure, and there's a good chance, the road conditions are so bad today, there's a good chance that we might even get a rescue or two, but Lord knows, we'll see. Good morning, Jared. Miller Small Engine Repair, good to see you back. Welcome. Matthew and Zigzag, good to see you here. What do I do when I'm bored? I'm never bored. I have far too many interesting things to do to be bored. If I get bored, I'll go out to my shop and work on my motorcycles. Motorcycles are a cure for boredom. A skookum choocher, that's right. Good to see you. Great outdoors. This is certainly a skookum choocher. I was just thinking the same thing. It's 25 degrees outside. It's very, very cold and snowing like crazy. And to be able to sit in here in comfort is in my exoskeleton is quite satisfying. Now, if we could have a little wood stove in here, then we'd really have it. Well, I guess we'll have to just take solace in the heated seats. Oh yeah, Sunday Foggy Notions asking, does the different snow affect the way the blower performs? It certainly does. Yeah, blowers are not great for this part of the country typically, unless you have a lot of power. Because of we call our snow wet concrete. It's always hovering right around freezing, and it'll snow a bunch and then it'll just get sodden with rain, and it's exceedingly heavy. That's like in our area here, we have to have tremendous, the building codes are tremendous to be able to handle the snow loads that we get on our roofs. So that wet concrete does not blow very well, especially if you have a smaller machine that doesn't have a lot of power. But this right here, what we have today is what this machine was made for. 24, 25 degrees. It was in the teens last night, and it's light and fluffy. And I'm just on maybe 3/4 throttle, where normally I'd have to run wide open. Well, I would say, Bradley, that we've got about probably about 6 inches just this morning, and it's 100% chance. It looks like the last time I checked, it's supposed to snow for 3 days. So we'll be burning some diesel. We'll have to, if that's the case. If it snows like this, I have to blow at night as well. Yeah, Chris is right. Some snowblowers are great most of the time. That's true. You'll have to ask Mrs. W if she'd be. I don't think so. She has a lot going on. She works a lot. She's volunteering a lot with the local community, and she's really involved in Jack's. Getting cold in here. I'm gonna turn the heat up with Jack's debate and judging and stuff. So she's got her plate is full. Oh goodness, we better shut it down. We have a super chat from Jamie. Good to see Jamie back. Shout out to you, who says, I have 3 acres. How long can I get by with a 4-wheeler before getting the subcompact tractor? Thanks for the relationship advice as well. Well, Jamie, thank you for your generosity, and shout out to you for that. You know, that's exactly what I did. When we got our last place, well, we didn't have any money when we got there, and my dad very graciously bought us a old worn out Polaris quad, and but that, man, I used that thing so much. It was a lifesaver. I was grateful to have it. It was either that or my truck, and a truck just isn't any good for tight forestry work or anything like that. It's just unhandy. So we had that, and it had racks on it, and I hauled and logged or did small logging and built up a rig to hold all my chainsaws and a rifle on there, and I used that just about wore it out before we were able to get a tractor. And then, that was a couple of years, and then Yanmar stepped up and got us into that tractor. But even now, the tractor was awesome, but I might consider a side-by-side even before the tractor. It just depends on what you need to do. If you need it for farming, then I get that. But those two go pretty hand in glove together. But thank you, and shout out to you. Let us proceed, gentlemen. Well, we just drove right by the Yanmar. You missed it. You can back up the stream a little bit. You can see it. Oh, I can't. Snow blind here. Crazy. Yeah, they're supposed to. Yeah, Bradley, I haven't checked the weather for a couple hours, but I thought it looked like it was going to snow for 3 days. Oh, and I've got some bad news. Bad news for me. I broke my snow bike. I didn't have any brakes. I didn't have brakes at all this year. So I took it into my mechanic that built it for me, and man, he tore into it, and bless him, he was actually shut down for 2 weeks, but he did it as a favor for me. And I completely sheared off the brake rotor, the housing to the main shaft. I sheared it right off. Crazy. So we pulled it all out and got on the phone to Yeti. They're up in Quebec. Our shout out to our French Canadian friends up there. And they took care of the problem immediately and are shipping the parts right up. And Lord willing, they might be here today, because we're going to want to be. Oh man, I'd be up there right now if I had my bike. But I'd like to be up there tomorrow. Would be the best. Me and Jack could jump up there. There's going to be so much snow, we could just leave right from here. And just go right up. We could go right from here up to 8,000 feet. Incredible. I did not get my laptop repaired. I had an appointment at the Genius Bar at 4 o'clock, and my appointment with the chiropractor, I was I was so beat up. It's kind of funny. I'll tell you. Let me back in here. I'll tell you what happened. It's pretty funny. My chiropractor, he's the best dude ever. He's old school Japanese. and he's a very devout, very devout Christian, powerful warrior for God, him and his whole family. And he runs a really great clinic in Portland. I've been going to him for years. Hold on a second. I want to make sure I don't smash into that quad there. Flip you around here. I've been going to him for years. So his file on me is like this thick. So he pulls it out, and I hadn't seen him for some time. So they give you a little question. There's a little picture of a man, front, your distal and portal sides. And then little things on the top, what type your pain, what's your pain level, and what type of pain is it? Is it, you make little triangles if it's burning, and you make little slash marks if it's stabbing and all that. So I'm thinking, okay, well, here's me. I'm like, okay, so my shoulder's all messed up. I can't pick that up. And so I write that on there. And then driving over there, my sciatica got so bad I was having to almost sit sideways to drive down my right leg and on top of my foot. So I'm writing all that down there, putting all these marks on there. And then my feet are going to sleep, and so I put that. And then my hands. And then my rib is dislocated from the impact on that motorcycle deal. And then my hands are numb, if I didn't say that already. There was something else. Oh, and then my shoulder, my neck was all stiff and hurting. I can't look around and hardly get my shirt on. So I'd colored this whole thing up. And he comes in and he's elderly, but he's sprite and he's in good physical condition, very sharp. He comes in and he's a man of few words, and he's like a Mr. Miyagi character. He's just like that, He's looking at it, and he just looks up, and his mouth just kind of falls open and said, "What did you do?" I said, "Well, I've been racing motorcycles." And he's just shaking his head, and so he starts writing and writing. Anyway, it took so long, he had to deal with so many different things that I missed my appointment, to answer your question. If anyone cares the details. Well, how funny is it when we get old how we like to talk about our ailments? I never did this before. I mean, good grief, this is horrible. I need to come correct and stop doing this immediately. Forgive me. All right, we got to make sure we get this blown out here. Don't get a big buildup of snowballs. It's at 25 degrees, Mia. Okay, lock on. Okay, we are chooching. Let's blow that way, though. We are in full chooch. Running at about 70% power. Jonathan, you guys have stole our snow so many years, I can't even count. I have no sympathy for you. Eat your cheese and be content. Oh goodness, shut it down. We have a super chat. We have a super chat from the Madrix 303 and triple Loctite member. Shout out to you. Being 6'5" and 250 pounds, I found an old Denver Broncos lineman who is now a Chiro in Denver. He saved my life with my lower back hip issues. Well worth it. Well, why don't you send me an email to Cody@Wranglerstar.com. Yeah, us big guys, we're discriminated against in all things. So that people don't understand our pain, but I know you understand. Thank you for that, Madrox, and shout out to you, of course. I appreciate that your generosity. Oh goodness, we have another super chat from WSTNODAK. Shout out to you as well, and he writes, third super chat I've sent to get this to you, put it towards Arbor Wear double thick hoodie. You will love it. Arbor Wear. I'm not Arbor Wear. I think I've heard of this. Is it work clothing? Arbor Wear. Okay, thank you for that, and shout out to you. Let us proceed. Yeah, North Dakota cold is Epic, Noel. Oh, speaking of which, so good news. Oh, here we go back talking about my ailments. So I did get X-rays. I did this because Noel asked me to, because he's a smart doctor type of guy. And yes, my neck was all jacked up with a big bend in it, and that's why the numb hands looks like. So it doesn't look like I'm not rushing. I never rush into surgery or anything. So I always start with my Dr. Mr. Miyagi first, and go that route. I'm not opposed to surgery. I mean, I've had multiple surgeries for things that needed to be taken care of, but that's not my default position. You know what they say? What do you call the guy that graduated last in medical school? Yeah, doctor. No offense to our good doctors. Yeah, that should be fine. Let's head over to the driveway. Oh, actually, let's go down there and I want to blow a little path to the part of the river where the bank's falling in there. Oh goodness. Here's what we'll do, gentlemen. We're gonna give you guys a super view. I don't think I need to blow it. I think maybe we'll just power through using the power of the exoskeleton. We don't need, where we're going, we don't need roads. Oh boy, I got a bunch of snow building up down in front of us, though. This will get it warmed, the hydraulics warmed up. Currently running at 147 degrees, engine temperature 183, I like that. All right, this is for you guys who dropped those generous super chats. We're gonna come over here and I'll get as close as I dare to the bank. This little thing is so capable, we could just go anywhere we want, even in 3 feet of snow. Oh, careful, careful. We don't want to get too close to that edge, I assure you. Okay, goodness. We have our first super chat is from Tobias Reaper. Shout out to you. Tobias says, figured I'll help with the donations. Hope you are staying safe. Taking on a break from studying, working on my trucker's license in Europe. Man, that's no joke either. I've been loving your videos from glad I ran into you from the beginning. Well, Tobias, thank you very much. And of course, shout out to you. As hard as CDLs are to get here, the driver's licenses, from what I understand, because I have my immediate family lives in Europe and has for some time. It's no joke, man. I mean, it could take months, I think, like in Germany, just to get a regular driver's license, or Switzerland. But the difference is they really know how to drive. That's why they have the Autobahn is open like that. So, yeah, that must be a difficult test. Thank you for that. Very generous of you, and shout out to you. Good luck with your studies. And then we have a super chat from James Cleveland. Shout out to you, James. And James writes, send some snow our way. I fear a brown Christmas unless the weather pattern changes. Love these live streams. Well, there's nothing like having a white Christmas, isn't it? I was talking to someone yesterday. I was asking about the snow. Do you like the snow? And she was about my age. No, I don't like the snow. And she asked me, do I like it? I said, I do like the snow. She said, why do you like the snow? And I said, because it makes me feel like, remember what it was like when I was a kid, and how exciting it was to be able to have school closed and to go out and be in it. I've always enjoyed it. It's just always been magical to me. And I've found myself drawn to it in sports and drawn to it in where I wanted to live. And I like it. I lived in Florida. I was away from it for some time when I was traveling. I lived in Florida for the whole cycle of season, 12 months or so. and to not have that, the autumn and the spring and the anticipation of the winter in the fall is, I just didn't like it. Just did not vibe with me whatsoever at all. Goodness, we have a super chat from Elizabeth Williams. $50. Shout out to you, Elizabeth. That is very, very generous. Who writes, I love your content. Don't forget there are ladies and gentlemen watching. You know what, Elizabeth? Mrs. W called me out on the carpet on this very thing yesterday. Well, she didn't call me on the carpet. Here's the thing. Ladies, take note. If you haven't figured this out, I am the patriarch of the family. And that's not to say that I disrespect Mrs. W, but she's actually very wise. She knows, Mrs. W, if the truth was known, I mean, a smart, intelligent woman moves her man with gentle hands in the direction that she wants him to go. And if she's very skilled at it, he thinks it's his idea, or at least agrees with her and does it. And that's what she does with me. So we're having this conversation right now. This is just an example of her skillful manipulations. Daughter of Eve, as she is, it just is in her nature, and so we all have our problems, right? So she says to me, she says to me, she just asked me a question. So why is it, very gently at a moment where I was very, enamored with her, why is it that you start with gentlemen? And I said, well, 97% or 96% of my audience is gentlemen or male, and this has always been in place for men. And it's a little bit of a temper tantrum on my end as well, a bit of a pushback. I resent the fact that men can't have spaces anymore, and everything that they've had, whether it be private men's clubs or golf clubs or whatever. There's a lot of women that feel like they need to interject themselves and be part of it. And once you interject women into a group of men, then it changes the dynamic. And it's, I'm not saying everyone should be able to have their places, And so I've always kind of pushed back against that deliberately. And I do that very deliberately, starting with gentlemen for that very reason. Is it accomplishing anything? Is it grown up? It's probably not. So Mrs. W brought this up to me. I've been thinking about it. So I will come up with a new greeting. So what shall it be? You give me some, chime in here. Should it be gentlemen and ladies or gentlemen and ladies? Let me know what you think. I'll work it in. I think you're right. It's time to grow up and stop being a baby and fighting. I don't know that I want to die on this hill, to be honest with you. But thank you very much. Goodness. Elizabeth, it's very generous of you. Shout out to you. And a double honk, a quad honk. Oh, we have a super chat also from Charles Lane. Shout out to you, Charles. I appreciate that. Who writes, I feel a man can never have too many tools, in my opinion, but are there thoughts do you think a man can have? Yes, I would have agreed with you. I would have agreed with you maybe even 6 months ago, a year ago. But I don't agree with that anymore. Yes, you can have too many tools, as I have too many tools, and it is not a joy. All it is just it's a headache. I was losing my mind trying to keep track of all these things and take care of them, and multiple engines. I counted at one time I had over 20 engines that I had to maintain, and those, you have to winterize them, and you have to have spark plugs, and if you like to be a prepared individual like myself, you want to have those parts on hand, and then pretty soon you're running a parts house. I mean, that's basically a job for one person to do. Do you need all these things? So what I found, what I did is I started with my closet. I'm losing my mind. I have nothing in my life that is not in just total chaos, and there's no place I can go where I even have peace. And my closet was the same way, of just stuff piled all over. So I went medieval on it, and I just went scorched earth and donated a lot of stuff, got rid of all that stuff, and okay, so I'm gonna have fewer things but better quality. And that's when I ordered, rebuilt my wardrobe from high quality clothing from Iron Horse. That's what I'm going to wear, or Ironheart. That's what. So I have 2 flannels, nice high quality flannels that'll last me the rest of my life. Jack will even be able to use them. I'm going to have, maybe 7 pair of jeans, the same, which will last for, and sweaters and good quality. They're going to last forever, so for as long as I need it. And I enjoy having it. And it's quite a contrast to look at my closet now, where it's Spartan and there's just a few things. I have just a few pair of socks, but they're very high quality and the best you can get. So what that does, what's so delightful about that is when you're starting your day, and I'm also, Mrs. W and I are the same way with this. Our house is very Spartan as well. We're constantly taking things away. We want the house to be decorated. I don't want to live in a sterile environment. I want those things and family mementos and reminders and things that she brings around for the seasons. Those things are important because they remind you of times and where you came from and family and all those, and they ground you from where you came from. But you can have too much clutter and too many toys and too many things going around, and it just makes your mind busy all the time. And so we're very Spartan with that. Like our master bedroom, there's nothing in there. It's a place of tranquility and peace. So a nightstand with a lamp and everything put away, and when you wake up, you're not tripping over things, and we don't throw things on the floor, and it's just very neat and clean. And so when you start your day in the morning in that peaceful environment, and then you go into your closet. Me, I'll take an hour getting ready and showering and picking out what I want to wear, and just think in my mind. I'm thinking it's a peaceful time because I'm uninterrupted in my closet, thinking about what I want to do, and just walking into that where everything is organized and the things you're grabbing and putting on you enjoy, and they're high quality, and they keep you warm. It's just you start off your day perfectly. Where everything's peaceful. And then if you can go into your house that's the same way, and your shop, it just sets the tone for the day. I think it's important. I think it is. I don't know where we were going with that, but shout out to you anyway. We have that was Charles. Yeah. Charles was saying, can a man have too many tools? And I would say, yes, he can. We have a super chat from GLG Forgeworks. Shout out to you. Goodness, thank you for your generosity. Who writes, hello, gentlemen. Well, hello to you as well. Goodness, thank you. And are we ready to proceed? We are ready to proceed. Let us proceed, gentlemen. Quality for quantity. Yeah. Quality for quantity. Yeah, that's actually quite a nice way to put it, isn't it? Okay, here we go. Engage the high flow. Make sure I haven't clogged it up yet. All right, let's turn around, and we got to head back and get the driveway. It's going to be due again. But we can blow this out. Oop. Yeah, I have a lot of experience with the Filson brand. I have been wearing Filson clothing since the 80s, before they were a fancy posh brand. They were just high quality hunting and high quality workwear. I've wore their tin pants for 3 decades. All right, gentlemen, well, if you enjoy these streams, go over there and hit that thumbs up. Grab the subscribe. We're going to have all sorts of adventures typically when we get a big storm like this. There's always someone that will be in need of recovery. There's a good chance with the weekend coming up, a lot of folks from the cities come out and get up they'll be wanting to go up there to cut Christmas trees, and they're going to get into trouble. and so we might have an opportunity to go up there. Oh, and again, Elizabeth, thank you very much. That was exceedingly generous, a very generous super chat. Um, Shout out to you again. Oh goodness, shut it down. We've got a super chat from our friend Corey Gardner, who says, Mr. W, thanks for the entertaining lives. These are great. Also, just bought some land and I'm looking at a Granberg Alaskan mill and a mostly dedicated saw. Any thoughts on which mill or saw for a beginner? But yeah, I can speak to this firsthand as someone that has that first timber frame cabin that I built. I did everything on the Granberg mills. I felled the tree, milled all the beams, timbers, did everything with it. And I had, I think, a 36-inch, the width, wide, and I had that mini mill, the edging mill. You need to have, if you're going to do it seriously, you need to have both those tools. You can do it, everything with a Granberg, but it's a real burden. You need two saws and those two tools together. But I would get... I would buy that big fuel injected saw, that 500. I mean, you can buy a 660 or 66, the big one. But that's a man saw right there. If you're not like super checked out, that's a big saw to throw around, even for cutting firewood. It's very powerful. So the 500 is going to be more powerful than a 460 and lighter than a 460. It's a screamer from what I hear. So I'd look at one of those. I get that 500i and give it a go. Yeah, I mean it can be done. Just don't be in any hurry, and learn to file chains because you're going to sharpen a lot of chains. I was really, when I was doing it, trying to get it done as fast as possible because I was up there working in the snow. I was doing a chain on every cut, and I'd swap them out, and I had like a dozen chains and such. So. But yet you can do it. You can definitely do it. But thank you for that. It was very generous of you. And certainly shout out to you. Let us proceed, gentlemen and ladies. If you can't find a 500i and you have to have one now, just get yourself, if you're going to be doing hardwoods, you're probably going to want to look at that 660 or the 66, the big one. Oh, what am I doing here? Turn the brake off. Good grief. Oh, goodness. We have a super chat from HB. HB writes, good evening from England. I just wanted to take the opportunity to get to say I never thought that I could have such enjoyment from watching a snowblower for hours. The interesting discussions help. Thank you, Hayden. Well, thank you to you, and shout out to you for your generosity to jolly old England. I heard you guys are having a lot of trouble with a lot of energy troubles over there. I haven't followed it super close, but I've heard something about the diesel supplies running low. Like, man, that is just hard to believe, isn't it? You would have to think even 2 years ago that we would be in this situation. But these things don't happen by themselves, do they? Just remember, gentlemen, remember who does and says what. But thank you for that, and shout out to you. We have a super chat from our friend Overton Windex. Shout out to you, Overton. Where's my camera? says, "What was it? An accident? You just banned Elizabeth." Did I? I don't. Did I seriously do that? Is this a joke? Now, how would I go about unbanning Elizabeth? Oh my goodness, I don't see her there. Accidental. To be honest with you, I don't even know how to ban anyone. I'm so predisposed with running the stream that I don't know how to do any of these things. All right, so Overton, if you could be so kind as to maybe look into this for just a moment and tell me what I need to do to get her unbanned, and I will. Elizabeth, if you're watching, I will make you whole. I am so sorry. That was not intentional. Oh my goodness. It's just what you see before you here is a man operating at the extreme limits of his abilities. In low visibility. Don't blame it on age. Goodness, we have... Shout out to you, Tobias. Thank you very much. Yeah, don't blame it on age. I can't think of anything else to blame it on. Okay, is Elizabeth okay? We're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to make her whole. Live stream is excellent. Nothing but the best. Thank you, Carl. You know what they say about friends who flatter you but lie to you. I know the truth. Oh, this jacket? Oh, this is a good jacket, gentlemen. Goodness, did I miss a super chat? We have Elizabeth. Thank you, Elizabeth. I'm sorry. Someone was trolling me. They told me that I had banned you. Or maybe they unbanned you. I don't know. Welcome back. Shout out to you. Well, I think maybe the mods came through for me. I appreciate that. You're getting a little taste to Mrs. W's reality of what she has to deal with. Oh, Chris Bulldog, shout out to you. I'm going to give a little wave of the snowshoe to the Bulldog. Just pretend you're in Las Vegas with one of those fancy water streams. Spilling oil and banning. Yeah, I don't spill oil only. I also spill gasoline. The temperature currently is 25 degrees. I lived in Las Vegas for about 4 months. I lived in a casino, actually. I can tell you all about the underbelly of Las Vegas. Matco. Yep, I'm all right with Matco. I've got a few Matco tools I inherited from my grandfather's collection. I think mostly wrenches. Oh goodness, we have a super chat from our friend Prophet Bear. Prophet Bear writes, nothing but love, brother. I'm from the Great Mitten State. I'm an unconfirmed bear. but I'm looking for help genuinely to grow my channel, not looking to piggyback. I want to hold my own, but I would love some feedback. All right, Prophet Bear. Well, send us a link here. We can do this in real time. This is IRL, and you have access to the great minds of my subscriber base here. So throw your link up there to your channel. Let's have a couple of the mods run over there, get a cursory view, and if you guys give the thumbs up and it looks legit, then we can spam a link here for you. That's what I can do for you right now. But thank you for that, and shout out to you. That was very generous of you. So let us proceed. Goodness, we have a super chat. Oh, you want to hear a story from the underbelly of Las Vegas? Oh, this is depressing. So I was a traveling construction superintendent. And so what I would do is I would fly in and stay in usually a hotel, efficiency, whatever I could find. I had like about $200 a day per diem I was given, that I had to eat and live off of that. I was on the road like 10, 11 months out of the year. So one of the first, I think the third or fourth job I got for that company was in Las Vegas. And I was building a Bally shoe store down there in a casino, real high end, like $1 million store. And we had impossible time frames. But one thing about our company that was unique, and why it was a whole national construction company based out of San Francisco. What was unique about us is we would guarantee delivery dates. So we had really good superintendents and good sub bases. So when we came in and said, we can give you a store with cash registers running in 5 weeks, we would deliver that. We just never failed. So they were super high pressure builds. So I was in the casino. It took this was a particular big one. So I was there for 4 months, but I can never for the life of me get it, the sound of those slot machines going, that digging sound that they do, because I had to walk through the lobby and through all of the people and to get to the elevator and go up to the room that I was staying in up there. But so being there for so long, you get excited about the food and the gambling for a while, and then you get drunk and lose your shirt a couple times, and you're like, okay, that's not for me. I'm not even going to be able to afford to live here. So I just stopped altogether. So you start exploring and talking to people and seeing things. And I witnessed, one of the saddest things that I saw was an elderly man. And he wasn't homeless or grungy or anything. He was just a normal dude, just a normal middle class dude. And I heard the story, from someone that I knew worked there. You get to know some people. But when I saw him, he was out on the back, behind the casino, kind of in the parking in the service area, and he was just with his head in his hands, just weeping, just uncontrollably, just sobbing, like he'd suffered a tremendous loss. And come to find out, he had not budgeted well for his retirement, and had a lump sum savings that was a pretty significant amount, but nowhere near enough to live for 20-30 years off of. And he had made the decision to come down and see if he could double it or triple it or quadruple it at the casino, and he lost everything. And he was ruined and destroyed. So you see that sort of thing. Yeah. I mean, it's tragic, but thank you for that, and shout out to you. It was a sad place. I haven't been back since. I have no desire to go back. People are always equating Las Vegas to fun, and I don't know, man. I don't see it. Fun is having a home up in the mountains and a wood fire going, and having your sweetheart cuddling on the couch in a flannel nightgown. That's what fun is. Not down with whores in filthy Las Vegas. Goodness. Shout out to all of us who don't like Las Vegas. We have a super chat. Goodness, I'm sorry. We have a super chat from Anthony Goes to Tennessee, who writes, I'm going to flip you around here, I got to read this here, who writes, Anthony says, me and my trad woman bought a camper this summer, and we're taking a trip, boy, the chat's coming to, taking a trip down to Idaho, Wyoming, Montana to see where you want to buy property. Yeah, that's a good idea. Which ones would you recommend? Have you been, and why pursuing traditional lifestyle? Yeah, I could speak to that. Yeah, that's what Mrs. W and I did. You know, when we first met, we were living close in the city, and I'm from Portland. I grew up there, and I was we were both on the east side. I was in the kind of a trendy side there in the Hollywood district, and she was over in another, really kind of where the hipsters, real lefty type of, coffee shop crowd over in the Hawthorne area. When we met, so we all had our own places, but we actually lived pretty close to each other. So what made us want to leave is when Mrs. W got pregnant on her honeymoon, and we had Jack right away, and we'd bought a house that I was remodeling close in, and it was kind of a sketchy neighborhood, and we bought it because it was a little bit cheaper, and we thought it was going to be up and coming. And when I started looking around and seeing what was going on in the streets, and the local urchin that were running around, and the thought of my innocent baby boy growing up and running the mean streets of Portland, I thought, no, that's not going to happen. So I went to Mrs. W, and we resolved to move off to an off-grid place and raise our kids out in the country. So that's kind of how that started. And that's what we did, is she would get listings, and we kind of drew a big circle of where we wanted to be. And that could have been, we even went out to Wyoming or Montana. It could have been out there. But someplace in the West, of course. And then started looking, and that's what you need to do. And I would be if you're really unfamiliar with the area, before you make a huge investment, make sure you look at it in all 4 seasons as well. Don't just look at it in the summertime and think, oh, this is wonderful. Look at the flowers and how beautiful it is. And you don't realize that it becomes a swamp, or the wind howls through there. There's no sunshine in that for 6 months. So if you can move into a place and kind of get set up temporarily and rent, if you can, like you said, with a camper, and set up there and rent and just tough it out for a little bit, have an adventure, see it, and if you still like it, then you can get serious about it and get to know the people. Mrs. W and I, we're not content with, we don't operate like a lot of other, we don't just accept things for the way that they are. Just because there's not something for sale where you want to live, that does not deter us. We will knock on doors. We'll drive around, and we bought one house, our second house. It wasn't even for sale, but we loved the area. We loved the house, and we went and knocked on the door and asked him if he'd be willing to sell it. And he said, yeah, I think I will. And, a couple months later, we were in it. So you got to be proactive that way. So get in the area, get to know people, ask around, and you'll make sure you make a good decision, because it's important. You don't want to be moving around. You want to find a place and settle, and start getting dug in. But thank you for that. Shout out to you. Let us proceed, gentlemen and ladies. Yeah, Tim, we'll be back to Sweden. I think. Wouldn't put up with any mask mandate nonsense, but I want to, if they'll let us, without surrendering our dignity. I'm sorry, brother. I cannot send you any snow. As someone who is as a snow biker, I'm not sending anyone anything. I'm going to keep everything right here. You're welcome to come enjoy it if you'd like. Every dog will have his day. I don't know about any budget skid steer. I have bought equipment on a budget, and I've always regretted it. I would say, whatever skid steer you buy, just make sure it's as new as possible, and not a JCB. That's it. As new as possible and not a JCB, and you should be fine. I would take a new machine with high hours on an old machine with low hours, 1,000-fold. I'd stick with cat if you could. I mean, I'll tell you, this morning, I was thinking about that very thing this morning. I came out to the shop and started the fire. Get lined up here. And it was like 17 degrees. And I had a bunch of other stuff it brought inside, so I didn't bring the cat in, or didn't bring the exosuit inside last night. And it was all under snow and frozen solid. And you know how diesels are, it's 17 degrees outside, and I wonder if this thing is even going to start. With the key in, and everything on the cat is big and chunky and robust. Things that might, like when I first looked at it, I thought, oh, these are kind of crude, these latches and big clunky things, and does it really need to be this big and heavy? Well, you get in this environment where everything now is frozen, and your hands are frozen and hard to work with, and the latches are easy to work, and the locks don't freeze up, and the big robust things are easy to manipulate. And you start to see, there's so much brilliant engineering that go into this sort of thing. And they've been doing it for so many years, and the feedback. And, these are operating in probably every country in the world, in every environment, in extreme heat and extreme cold. They've got the feedback, they've made corrections, and, now we get to enjoy the benefit of all of that fabulous engineering. But it was really something, and I got in it, and of course it starts right up, and I step out, and I was answering some emails, and looked out, and the whole thing's all defrosted and warm and ready to go. Amazing machines, truly amazing. That's why, since we're going, we might as well just widen this out a little bit. Boy, it is snowing hard. Mama Kitty was not only staying close to the fire, so that stove, as you know, is soapstone. It holds heat very well for several hours, even when the fire is out. And where it stays the warmest is underneath on the bottom. And this morning, she was down there curled up into a little ball on the concrete. I wish I could put a bed down there for her, but you don't want to put anything flammable under a wood stove. But she's curled up down there, and I reached underneath there to pet her, and she was as warm as could be, with that stove radiating on her. So I'm glad to see that. She'll get closer and closer to it through the night, and it stays warm enough where even when it was in the teens, for her to, it keeps her warm. I'm happy about that. Whoops, hit the wrong button. Killed the whole operation here. Got the wipers on, good grief. All right, we're going to move over here, gentlemen, and get to hit the driveway. It has not stopped snowing since about 5, and it's going to be getting thick. It was thick when I came out. That was an hour ago. Doing well, Derek. Thank you for asking. Good to see you back. I don't know that we've really got into a good topic today. Usually that's initiated by either Noel or Overton. They throw these questions up that make me think, and they've long since figured out the solution. But I think they just like to throw them out there to watch me squirm. So Noel had a question. What was that? Some guidance on the self-study for those just coming to God, Bible references. Yeah, so what he's saying is, I think what you're saying, Noel, is can we provide a reference, a place for you guys to start? They give you a little bit of guidance to get started if you wanted to get in and start studying the Word yourself. Let me think on that. Let me think on that today, and I'll come up with something. I have some ideas, but I'm reluctant to speak out on it. I want to check into it and verify a couple of things. But that's a good point. I don't know. I can't. Give me 24 hours. I'll work on that. Not knowing where to begin on big projects. Boy, I can relate to that. I've still got a lot of those open. You know, I've been working on that personally. See if I can blow this snow and let me get this trimmed here. I'm gonna shake this thing off. Yeah, I think that's probably a good topic. That we're still chooching. Yeah, we're good. The first thing that comes to mind. So what Noel's saying is, how does a guy? Let's say you've got an insurmountable project ahead of you. Let's say, for example, you have the one that comes to mind for me that was so depressing was the last homestead, just clearing the land. It had basically been raped by some folks that were it was a foreclosure. The previous owners had been foreclosed on and they lost it. So in trying to save it, they brought some very unscrupulous logger/firewood guys in to take a bunch of nice timber off of it in hopes of making profit, I guess. I don't know all the details. And I'm not throwing shade on them. I don't know their situation, and a guy's got to do what a guy's got to do to survive. I would have done the same thing. But the way they went about it was pretty bad. They came in the middle of winter when the ground wasn't frozen with skidders and just tore the ground all up, took a whole bunch of the beautiful trees out that were just gorgeous, Doug fir, of course, and then limbed everything right there and left the limbs. They fell everything in a big mess and cut all the limbs off and left them and just drove over them and mashed the limbs down into the mud. I mean, I've got videos. I cleared all that by hand. I didn't have any machinery then. And it took years. And when I was setting about this, I would go out and look at it and I would just give up because it was hopeless. Like, there's just no point. I didn't have a tractor. I didn't have money to get a tractor. I had nothing. I had to do everything by hand with pick and shovel, saw. I had a weed whipper. I didn't have a riding lawnmower, but I had that quad. So what I did, and Mrs. W was there too with me. I mean, she was shoulder to shoulder with me, and that, you know, she was raising Jack and taking care of the home, but on her off time she was out there with me. And we just started with clearing a 10 by 10 area and got a foothold in it. And I'll tell you, that was a psychological victory that started the ball rolling. And once we cleared that 10 by 10 area, then we expanded it to another 10, and pretty soon we had a 100 by 100 area cleared. We had an area big enough that we could go and set up a couple chairs and have a campfire and hang out. You know, and I started even filming videos, you know, showing how to shelter building and fire starting, you know, the basic woodcraft, you know, things that I'd learned from my grandfather. And that's how we got started. And that's the way it is with all these other things. Is you might even start. You can just take your toolbox. I mean, toolboxes can overwhelm you because they just collect everything. I'll just say I'm just going to start with a drawer. I'll just work on this drawer. And if you're a full-time guy, you don't have all the time to do it. It's like if it takes you a week to do a drawer, then that's what you do. But you do it perfectly. And you fix, you know, once you get all the drawers and everything, and then you start making a list. Well, what am I missing? You know, of course you'll be missing a 10 millimeter socket, so you need one of those. All that sort of thing. And then your number 2 Phillips will be missing. You'll have everything else. You have a number 1 and a number 3. That'll never leave you. But the number 2, you won't have that one. So you'll need to replace that. And then once that, look to your box. Is your box damaged? Is the lock? Have you lost the key? Lost the lock? Well, get online and that night you go look it up and order the part and get it working. And that step of accomplishment, just having that one thing in your shop that's perfect, is pristine. It doesn't have to even be all snap-on or have your best tools, but it's as good as it can be. You put nice drawer liners in it. It's clean. You know if you need a number 2 screwdriver where it is. You know where to get it. That's where it starts. That pride, you know, the good book tells us whatever your hand finds to do it with all your might. You know, in so doing these things, we honor God. You honor God with what you do. You know, I heard it said, it's so appropriate. Some old preacher said, you know, preach the gospel every single day of your life, and speak only if you absolutely must. You know, and that's where it is right there. The man of God, the professional homeowner, the man of the book, as we are here, we're becoming here. You want to set yourself apart from the filth and perversion of the world. And that doesn't mean that it's your job to jump up on a soapbox and start condemning and judging. I'm not talking about that. They have every right. God respects man's free will, and he's our example, so we need to respect man's free will as well. That doesn't mean we need to accept it or have it in our home, but they have a right to do that. And that's not really for us to say otherwise. But what we can do is we cannot participate that, and we can separate ourselves from that. If you're a man, dress in masculine clothing. Dress appropriate. Wear what a man wears. Take out the earring. You know, take out the nose. You know, take out the foolish. Take out the shocking and ridiculous haircuts. You know, I get all that. You know, I rebelled and did all sorts of stupid things as well. But set yourself, make it clear that you what you are. I'm a man. I'm a father. I'm a son. I'm a husband. I'm a masculine man. You know, and dress accordingly. Project yourself that way. Keep your vehicles clean. If you drive a beater, doesn't make any difference. Drive a clean beater and have the dash clear of obstructions. And if someone looks inside, that it's neat and orderly. You know, be excellent in what you do. Whatever your hand finds to do it with all your might. Whether you're snow blowing or whatever. And that's the gospel. A lot of guys are afraid to think, oh, I don't know what to say. And, you know, the thought of doing a Bible study with someone is abhorrent. You know, and I feel the same way. I don't want any of that old lady nonsense. I'm not doing that. Ridiculous. There's a need for that, and people are saved that way. But you know, we all have spiritual gifts, and that is not mine. I don't want anything to do with that. But the loudest thing you can say, the best way you can do it is to follow that old preacher's advice. You know, talk only if you must. Don't say a thing. Just don't be the guy that's stealing at work. Don't be the guy that's gossiping. Just set the standard. Make it clear that this guy over here is, he's different. I don't know what it is about it, but he's just different. He's not judging us, but he's an example. And what you'll find when you live your life that way is people will come to you, and they'll come to you secretly often. Family members will come to you. And one of the most interesting things, and I should get Mrs. W on here to talk about this. She has her ministry. We call it, what does she call it? The skirt ministry or something like that. Not really, but it's just a joke between the two of us. Mrs. W has made the decision, like me, to embrace her femininity, and she does that in the way that she dresses. She dresses very feminine, beautiful clothing. I absolutely love the way she wears it, and there's a tremendous contrast between the two of us when we go out. There's not going to be any difficulty distinguishing which is the male and which is the female. And she always wears these things, and she also does it because it pleases me. I like it. I want to see her that way. I don't like to see her in pants, and I'm not an ogre. I'm not. You can't wear this, or you must do this, and I don't say that. But I've told her, I prefer you this way. I prefer this, and that's the key of having a good relationship. She reciprocates that, and when she tells me there are things that she likes, I hope that I'm attentive to that, and I react as well, and the circle goes round and round. And then instead of keeping score in a relationship and having one-upsmanship, well, the one-upsmanship comes from trying to outdo the kindness or the act of genuine love that was reciprocated to you before. I mean, it's the cycle of life, everything rotates around, and the hummingbirds are fed, and the squirrels have enough beans to survive the winter, etc. It just always a perfect system, and that's the way that the marriage can be that perfect system as well, as long as the focus is kept on one another. But the moment that you bring the eyes start turning out and you betray that trust and go outside of that, then that's where it fails. We have a super chat. Goodness, we have a couple super chats. We have a super chat from Tobias, who writes, here's a topic. Thank you, Tobias. A shout out to you. Mrs. W, if you're watching, would you be so kind as to put a cup of coffee on? Tobias has got something here. He says, what's the topic? Goodness, I'm getting old. What would you say to those who are struggling with themselves? Got any tips? Struggling with themselves. Got any tips or tricks? Things you want to share? I've had my own struggles still, but find short-term goal helps to stay a lot focused. Yeah, that's the short-term goal is it's everything, a purpose. Thank you for that. That's Tobias, that was very generous of you. This is a short-term goal. I mean, these little mind tricks, they sound like mind tricks, but they do work. I know that I understand what depression is like. I've suffered that. I have, I've had the blick in my hand, loaded and, considering, is there any reason, is there any point, especially after I was excommunicated from the church, and it was dark. Those are dark times. But the darkest times were always when there wasn't anything going on, nothing to think about or work towards. Something as simple as, for me, just short term. My mind it doesn't take much to entertain it or to keep it occupied. But it's something as simple as just going to bed and knowing that there's snow, going to be snow in the morning, and to have that purpose, it changes everything in your whole day. You get up excited and you're looking outside and you're checking the weather and you have much to do, and then the diesel and warming everything up. It is, as trivial as that may sound, I don't see it that way. If I got nothing more done for a month than to get up in the morning and to come out here and do the live stream, and if it just snowed continually and plow and pull people out that would be, I would be a pig in filth, just as happy as could be, to have something to get up and look forward to, and the maintenance, and just a purpose and a reason to do something. It's everything. So that and if you don't have a reason or a purpose, there really is something to that. At least create some order in your life in some small area. Clear out that 10 by 10 area in your forest, and it'll expand from there. Maybe it's your truck or just your clothing. Go wash your clothing, and men have to have a purpose. It doesn't have to be a grand thing, or building huge companies or some heroic act. It can be just something as simple as having something to look forward to and do. Yeah, it's important. I can't speak. I wish I could give you advice. I just don't know everybody, so I don't know what your skills are. But men are simple that way. Not everyone needs medication. We have a super chat from Mr. Dean Pickett. Goodness, shout out to you, Dean, who says, cherished advice, always hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. You won't find anything better. Well, Dean Pickett has put our ladies ahead of our gentlemen, which that is a bridge too far for me. This is a patriarchy. The patriarchy is in full effect here. I am the patriarch of this channel and this exoskeleton, and I make the rules. So it'll be gentlemen and ladies. All right. Are we not made in the image of God? Let us proceed. Oh, where's our flip? Flip. Someone remind me to get diesel here in the next 30 minutes or so. Okay, we will engage. What's my opinion on the release of Britney? I do not care. I do not care about any sports ball. I care less about WNBA. I could not possibly care less. I don't know about Elon, Noel. I don't trust him. I've been following all the drops. It's interesting. There's nothing we didn't know. Most of us that follow this sort of thing and are plugged into what's been going on, we've known this for a long time. It's only corroborating what we already knew. It's interesting to see that it was both sides, which only goes to prove what we also knew, which is two wings of the same bird. Goodness, we have a super chat from Mr. Derek Kimsley. Shout out to you, Derek. Thank you very much. Thank you for your generosity. Let us proceed. Happy Thursday to you as well, Brian, excuse me. Shout out to you. The Starlink is... It slows a little bit in heavy snow, but it still works. Goodness, shut it down. We have a super chat from James Lemieux. James, shout out to you. Thank you for your generosity. I sure do appreciate that. Let us proceed. Welcome, Zach. Zach, you haven't missed anything other than just a very high quality production. Oh, I just bumped the, knocked the switch off and killed the PT, or the power. There we go. I better leave that for Mrs. W. She likes that. Yeah, that was interesting about that attorney Jim's Baker. That was, I knew it was bad there, but I didn't know it was that bad. That's just deplorable. Oh goodness, shut it down. We have a super chat from the Big Elvis. Big Elvis, the Chief Rosenberg writes, respect to you and what to do all the way from New York City. Well, thank you for that, the Big Elvis, and of course, shout out to you. Thank you for your generosity. Goodness. Let us proceed. We're going to be out in these streets here pretty soon, snow blowing. All right, let's get physician heal thyself. Let's start with our own situation here. Goodness, we have shut it down. We have a super chat from Mr. Dean Pickett. Dean writes, do you have to deal with water rights, or can you use what you need from that section of river? No, that's one of the key reasons why this place was so important for us, is that we have water rights. Yeah. Now, you can't, out west here, the rivers are sacred, for lack of a better word, especially if they're fish bearing, which this is. So you don't pump water out of the rivers. However, water rights for these properties was determined years and years ago in our grandfather's inn. As long as they're maintained and used, then they come with the property. So that's tremendously valuable. So we have the ability to flood irrigate the entire property, and water rights to do that. That's why our field and everything will stay green. If I can, I'm learning to do it. I've been rebuilding the gates, and I've got some videos on it. But once I learned to do it properly, we could get as many as 4 and 5 cuttings a year. There's just so much water. That's why there's so many dairies here. The whole valley is organic, and there's a lot of dairies here, organic dairies, because there's so much water. So that's how we do it. I'm not a farmer, but we cut our first hay this year. I'm learning slowly. But thank you, Dean, and shout out to you. Goodness. We have a super chat from Mr. Dylan. Is it Dylan Films? Happy Thursday. And shout out to you. Thank you. That was very generous. Thank you, Dylan. And from Bradley Castaneda. Shout out to you, Bradley. Thank you for your generosity. And Bradley writes, have you done any fly fishing out on that river? I have not on this river. I have, now, I'm not a purist. I used to be a fly fishing purist. So you know how it is, how a new convert is to anything, whether that be fly fishing or religion. There's nothing more insufferable than a new convert. They're always the zealots. And then you get older and more mature and confident in what you're doing, and then you become wiser and more accepting. That's why older men make better judges than younger men. Now, I was a purist to the point where I built my own fly rods, tied my own flies, dry flies and wet flies, and streamers, tied and sold flies even, and would even, at the river, would take like a net and strain the water and examine what type of little bug or larvae or helgramite I could find and then if I didn't have that pattern already tied up, then I would fly tying like a suitcase that I built. Hackle feathers on there. It even had a small portable vise I could set up, and you could tie in the on the side of the river. That's how, to give you of how into it I was. But you guys know my personality. It would that's the way I roll, man. When I get into stuff, I flush it out completely, and then I wouldn't say I master it, but I reach a level of competency, and then I become bored with it and I move on and repeat to something else. That's just the way it works. Right or wrong. I forgot what we were talking about. Fly fishing. I have not, but I will. But I also will, I'm not opposed to some power bait. Whatever works. I much prefer to fish the high alpine lakes. That's the best. Super good up there. I go up there. I like to go up there because I can take the Sweet Loaf and Jack, and we can take the canoes up there. So it's pretty nice. Goodness, we have some super chats from KG1AES. Shout out to you. Goodness, thank you for your generosity. Appreciate that. Send it. I'm not sending it anywhere. I'm going to hoard it as long as possible. I want 10 feet up there so I can snowbike from right here from my garage. But thank you for that. We have a super chat from Zach's super cool YouTube channel. Of course, shout out to you. Good to see you back. Who writes, your video series of purging your tools at the old shop inspired me using this downtime I have in the winter to clear out my shop. Doesn't it feel good? It absolutely does. And shout out to you, Zach. I appreciate that. It feels very good to have that. It caught on to Mrs. W. I didn't say anything to her, but her closet is mimicking mine now. It's interesting. You should see the contrast of my side versus her side. You know, she's a redhead and has never met a color she didn't like. You know how they are. They don't want to be bad. It's just in their nature. They can't help it. I'm sure, I have no question that Eve was a redhead. Shout out to you. And to me for being married to one. We have a super chat from Miss Elizabeth Williams. Shout out to you, Elizabeth. That's very generous of you. Her second super chat. She writes, here's a topic. I've noticed on your tool, I'm sorry, I'm old and I can't read here. As I've noticed your tools, buy what you have based on the quality of workmanship rather than by looking for the lowest price. That will just make do. Yeah, and she's exactly right. And what you'll end up doing is you'll end up buying it all. You'll end up buying it all multiple times. The perfect example was photography equipment. Now, I'm going to preface this. Sometimes you think you don't have enough money for the good stuff, and especially if you're starting a YouTube channel and like, man, maybe I want to do this, but I don't want to direct too many of my family's resources into this in case it doesn't pan out, or I just don't like to do it. You can I'm just going to buy cheap stuff, but that inhibits you, and it prevents you from delivering a good product. If there's no point of even trying unless you have good lighting and clean audio. So you've got to invest in quality stuff. And then if you're trying to learn how to do this and learn to do something, and then trying to overcome poorly designed equipment or batteries that don't last long enough, and you pour your heart and soul into making content. I've made stuff out in the snow and bled for my art, physically, in the cold and frigid, moving cameras and tripods around just to get back after a brutal day to see that you didn't have audio on the last 14, 15 tracks, that sort of thing, because the equipment you had was trash. Buy fewer things, look for used items. Look and see what are the pros using. Go and buy something, go back a couple generations. Technology is moving so quickly now that you can literally, if you just go back in cameras, for example, go back 2 generations in Canons, you're still in 4K. And even if you're not in 4K, even the 1080 on Canon is beautiful. You can buy it for a fraction of what it was new, and you get great performance. You get good quality stuff. So buy professional gear. My gear is so minimalistic. Everything is the best I can get. I buy only stuff that they use on movie sets. I use only Matthew grip, and it's twice the price of the other stuff, and it all looks the same. But man, when you're just like this, you'll be here bouncing around to have something that's going to hold and help you to focus on who you're talking to, focus on your story, focus on what you're trying to do, rather than focus on do I have audio? And even with the best stuff and a decade of knowledge behind me, I still struggle with it. But we'll get it ironed out. We learn by doing. Thank you, gentlemen. I don't know what we're talking about. And Elizabeth, thank you for your generosity. Way over the top. Shout out to you. Let us proceed. James? I agree, James. Let us proceed. Yeah, it doesn't always mean the most expensive, but it usually is. Every once in a while you find a little nugget, but rarely. Welcome, Troy. Troy says, you've inspired me to get Wranglerstar. What a game changer. Yeah, isn't that a great product? Do you enjoy the smell of it? I love the smell of it. I've said that in several videos, and people comment and say, oh, I can't stand the smell of that. How could you possibly like that? Oh, don't forget the diesel. Okay, we are at, we still have a third of a tank. We're still good. Remind me another 20. Welcome, Derek. Good to see you here. So Jack, what's he doing? Jack is upstairs working on his debate. Jack wants to get a law degree. So we're looking at schools, several schools that have a law school attached. So as of now, that's what he's working on. I'm trying to talk him into it. He's expressed quite a bit of interest of taking a year off before he goes to university and getting his certificate as a residential journeyman electrician, and then going into school. But ultimately, it'll be his decision. I can only advise. Well, he who holds the gold makes the decision as well. So there is some of that. Hit that thumbs up, gentlemen. We have a custom around here where we like to see the thumbs up number bigger than the actual number of folks in the stream. It's possible. We do it all the time. And the irony is not lost on me that I would direct my firstborn into that despicable trade, who refuses to clean up after themselves. But as Jack, being the teenager he is, he will seamlessly slip right into that role without even any training. Goodness, shut it down. We have a super chat from All Day, All Night who writes, the fly fishing purist is a strike indicator. Everyone else, it's a float, a cork, a bobber, lively discussion, materialist. Oh, that's so funny you should say that. So I'll tell you what a purist I was. Strike indicators had not gained the widespread use that they do now. So if you don't know what a strike indicator is, now this is coming from someone, now I lived and breathed fishing for a long time. I had jet boats, I guided, not professionally with a license and all that, but I was good enough to guide, and I fished with the guides, and I just grew up on a fishery within a mile of my house the only fishery in the United States for Chinook salmon that's in a metropolitan area in Portland. It's pretty incredible. So I grew up fishing down there. And strike indicators, what it is, especially with fly fishing, and especially if you're nymphing or fishing with dry fly. So with fly fishing, there's basically two disciplines. There's dry fly and there's wet fly. So either the fly is floating on the top and you see them casting back and forth, that is to not only to cast but also to dry the fly off and to roll the leader out there, and so it mimics the real thing. And then there's wet fly or wet tip or nymphing or weighted tip, where the line will float and then the leader is weighted or is heavier, or even the fly itself can be heavier, and it travels along under the water like a nymph or a bug under aquatic creature of some sort would. When you're fishing that way, it takes a very keen touch, as any type of drift fishing where you're fishing for native fish, where especially if they have a light bite. And you pay a lot of money in special rods, and you make them I used to make mine so that there was even a hollowed out area in the cork where this finger right here would rest on the graphite blank, just to have that feeling. I got to the point where, like drifting for steelhead, I would make my own weights, and I would experiment between paracord stuffed with double-aught buck, slinky weights. I would make those that would drag along the bottom, and I would use heavy rubber balls, bouncing beddings, and I'd use lead weight, all sorts of things. And the balance was to get that perfect feel where you're bouncing along the bottom, mimicking real food to the fish and not getting snagged up and caught up. And so you learn just to feel everything so delicately. It's absolutely an art. To master that is an art. So it takes a lifetime. The strike indicator is the way to cheat all of that and to hack all of that. Take all of that practice and expertise away, where you can just lob that thing out there. Basically, you're throwing a bobber on that, and you just dumbly follow the bobber. And when that thing dips, you lift your rod up and fish on, and off to the races you go. So the purist is not about the strike indicator. And so as someone who is a former reformed fly fishing purist and fly fishing snob, for someone to put on airs, a fly fisherman to put on airs about a strike indicator is not a bobber, it's just deplorable. I would never have used a strike indicator, and I would have looked at that man. I would have looked on it with a jaundiced eye at that Philistine that would fish with a strike indicator. Now, would I use it today? Yes. When I was in Montana last month, I went fly fishing and I used a strike indicator for the first time, and it was awesome. So that's my take on strike indicators. We have a super chat from Mr. Dan Lowe. Goodness, shout out to you. Thank you for your generosity. Appreciate that. All day, all night. Yep. Lively discussion. Oh, if you want to go into fishing discussions, I am your huckleberry. I can speak to the topic extensively. Let us proceed. Oh, I missed a super chat? Oh, goodness, I am so sorry. We need to remedy that. We got Danny Lowe. Shout out to you, Danny Lowe. All day, all night. We got that one. Who'd I miss? Come on now, come on. Is it John Payne? John Payne. Goodness. Shout out to you, and shout out to you again for me missing your super chat. John writes, really enjoyed the live streams. They give a sense of brotherhood, much needed in this day and time. I agree. I have been enjoying them. Let us proceed. I've been enjoying them to no end and looking forward to them. I was actually, last night I was a little sad that, this everything, all good things must come to an end, and the snow won't be here forever. And I'm going to greatly miss our snow streams. So I need to come up with an alternative. We need to be able to roll with the seasons and keep the IRL going. No, I don't fish with dynamite, but I have fished with M80s, and I've actually fished a lot with archery. Levi's asking, how do I spend my time in the evening? Mrs. W usually has supper on. I'll turn that down a little bit. Mrs. W usually has supper on around 6:30 or so. It's one of my favorite parts of the day. She'll have, Jariah works for us full time, so he does a lot of things around the house as well. But he helps her a lot, probably more so than me now these days. So he's got the fire going and everything ready. So when I come in after work, getting the shop all closed up, I'll come in and she'll give me a hot cup of tea. I've started drinking licorice tea. I really like it. It's really nice custom. So two tea bags. Of course, I like it super strong. So she'll bring that to me. I'll sit in my special Swedish chair with the sheepskin on it. It feels really nice. I'm always cold when I come in, so I sit by the fire, and she'll bring me my tea. I'll go wash up, clean up with some clean clothes on, and then about that time she'll have supper ready. And then we don't always eat together as a family, but we try to. So Jack will come down, and then we'll eat together as a family, hear about his day and such. And then usually we're sit in the living room together by the fireplace, and we just kind of visit and hang out. I'll be on my computer, Mrs. W be on computer. Sometimes we'll watch shows or share different things or just visit or talk. Or Mrs. W and the Sweet Loaf are usually playing games. They'll play games a lot. They do the daily Wordle together, and they play Scrabble together. And I'm usually just there hanging out, answering emails or looking stuff up or just existing together. We just hang out. We don't get too wrapped around the axle. Goodness, we have a super chat from Mr. Noel Hastings. Noel says, what are some of the bucket list tips you'll still have to do? For one, I would love an old-fashioned horseback elk hunt in the deep backcountry. Oh man, that's a good question, Noel. Shout out to you. The bucket list items. I've done most of the things that I've wanted to do. I would love... Oh, excuse me. I would love to take Jack snow biking up to BC, up to Canada, up in the big mountains up there. I'd like to do that. I'd like to do the 24-hour endurance race that we did by myself. I'd like to do all 24 hours just by myself and not stop. That's what I'd like to do. But after my visit with Dr. Paul and taking a look at all my x-rays, is the juice worth the squeeze on that? Am I trying to prove my strength and virility as a man? Is this like a last ditch grasp at proving to everyone I'm just as hard as I was when I was 30? Probably. I'm still going to do it. Because for the West Coast man, that's more important than not being crippled, is being cool. And racing motorcycles is definitely cool. Let us proceed. Thank you, Noel, for that I'll think on that. Something comes up to mind or things I want to do, I'll. Yeah, how cool would that be? 24-hour hard enduro at 54 and complete it, but potentially even win it. I mean, that's a bold statement. I'm not saying that it's possible. I mean, somebody's got to win it. Oh, I missed the chat from Tobias. Oh, goodness. Am I not all about missing Tobias's chat? We also we have a super chat from Mr. Troy Paschal. When you game online, what console and what game? Shout out to you, Trey. I'm so sorry I missed your super chat there. I think I've got another one back there. So of course I started video gaming on the Atari 2600. I got one for Christmas. I was the OG. That was the OG. That was the first mainstream console. That's the one with the the joystick. I remember it as clear as day. Christmas morning, my dad got it for me, and I had 2 games. It came with combat. It had combination games. Combat, maybe tennis. I think it had it had combat, maybe tennis, like a tennis game or something, and air-sea battle. Now, air-sea battle, I remember it vividly. It was the sound of it. It was incredible. It was a video game that you could play at home. Now, the video games had been out for a little while at the arcades. We'd go to the arcades, but it was 25 cents. And that was when 25 cents meant something. But that was a grip when a living wage for a man was $10 an hour. That was not a small thing. So to have it where you could play it was magical, absolutely magical. So I wore controllers out. I mean, that was really a big part of my life for a long time, would be gaming on the old games. So as I grew up and became a man, I didn't play video games. I mean, I dabbled with them. I'm familiar with them. I had a Sega Genesis, but was never really into it. So I missed 2 decades of gaming as I was, or maybe 15 years, probably 2 decades of gaming as I was raising my family and such. So now that Jack is getting into it, I'm thrust into it. And boy, was I in for a surprise. I immediately got onto a PC, and I didn't know how to use the keyboard. Jack, we both got Razors laptops and started playing Apex Legends, and I was getting my. It was pathetic. It was absolutely pathetic, and it was terrible. I finally told Jack, I just can't do this. I finally started learning the control, and then the next game I started to play was Escape from Tarkov. Well, goodness, I start to think out the controls, and then I had to get somebody start shooting at me. I'd hear something, and I'd freeze, and I'd forget what they were, and it was horrible. It was tragic. It was absolutely tragic. It was like a boomer on a keyboard. I told Jack, I said, I can't do this. This is just too difficult for me. So I play with an Xbox. I can do that, barely. But thank you for that. Shout out to you. I see that we have a super chat from. I missed one. I got to back up. Goodness. Bucket list in it. Tobias. I'm sorry, Tobias. I think I keep missing your super. Shout out to Tobias. Shout out to Tobias. He gets the double honk. So grass cuttings and garden streams is a go. Yeah. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. We have a super chat from Andrew Collins. Shout out to you, Andrew. Thank you very much. He says, looking into snowbiking in BC in a town called Rawlone Adventure Lodge. It's a great place. Well, if you're watching and you're from BC and you have a snow bike lodge, shout out to you and send us an email. All right, let us proceed, gentlemen. This snow is not going to plow itself. Yeah, no, I've had that. I grew up with that elk cutting experience. We used to pack into the Minam with mules and horses. I didn't have them, but my family did. And they kept mules for that very reason. They were experienced packers. Had been going in there for multiple generations. and I got to go with them a few times. It was cold. I learned to hate horses more than anything on those elk hunting packs into the Minam. I learned what a hateful and insidious creature a horse is. Oh, fuel. We have a quarter of a tank still. We can stretch it. Hit the reset on that reminder. We'll get back to me in another 20. Goodness, we have a super chat. Shut it down from Mr. Jason Barr, one of our anchor members. Mr. Jason Barr says, I'm late to the party. Y'all did not talk about that Kardashians without me, did you? Jason, you know we cover e-celebs in the first 15 minutes of the stream. If you want that, you need to be here on time. But shout out to you for being late. But thank you for that. I sure appreciate it. Let us proceed. I missed Jason? Goodness, I'm trash at this. How did I miss? No, I got Jason. I have Jason. Is there another Jason? My own subs are my own moderators are trolling me here. Oh, he missed the Kardashians. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Noel. The Kardashians. The spirit of Jezebel personified. Most of my family, the question was, how did my family react when I was excommunicated? Goodness, shut it down. We have a super chat from Mr. Jason Barr. Shout out to you, Jason. There's your honk, a triple honk for Jason. Just ordered a new Weatherby Mark V and a 270 Winchester V. Good choice. Feel like I am winning today. Yeah, you are winning. Yeah, as a Weatherby fanboy, my elk hunting rifle, Weatherby original, the old school was Mark V 300 Magnum, not Winchester Magnum, but Weatherby Magnum, which is a bigger Magnum than a Winchester. It is a Punisher. It is elephant gun light, as I like to call it. Shout out to you. Let us proceed. Little animals on the east. No, the 270. That's an excellent caliber. I'm not throwing shade on your choice. That's an excellent choice. Mine, actually, the most productive hunter that was just a normal dude, not a professional, that I know, next to my grandfather, and both of them were just about the same. I think my old neighbor Henry, I think he had one more elk kill than my grandfather did, and they were similar ages. And Hank or Henry, you guys that have been with me since the early days will remember him. He shot only hunted with a 270, and he was lethal with that. And he killed all of his elk with a 270 because he was precise. That's a great choice. I would rather, to be honest with you, if I had a choice between those two calibers, I would choose the 270 over the 300 Magnum. Yeah, you could shoot an elk with a 50, but elk meat is the best meat you'll ever eat. It'd be a shame to waste it. You'd decimate the meat, unless you could just take the head off. Do I collect anything unique? Like, is there something that I'm always on the lookout for? I have a lot of pretty unique crosscut saws. Like, I'm trying to think if I would. Yeah, I guess there is something. I collect, and I don't have a collection or display or anything, but I'm definitely on the lookout for U.S. Forest Service gear. Lanterns, bags, not stuff just to collect it, but stuff that I could use. So a lot of the wildland firefighting gear, I wouldn't say I collect it, but I'm always on the lookout for it. I'm always excited to find it. Yeah, that 270, that was a very wise choice. That's what the smart man buys. That doesn't buy based off of ego. AR-15s. I personally have Colt and Daniel Defense. That's the only. What I would consider for myself personally, this is just personal opinion, so don't get mad. But what would I, for me personally, what would I consider? Daniel Defense, Colt, older Colt, not the modern stuff. LMT and Knight's Armament. That would be it. Goodness, we have a super chat. Shut it down from Mr. Isaac Leonard. Isaac, shout out to you. Isaac writes, can't beat the Tika rifle. Smart man by 6.5 PRC. Yeah, those Tikas are super cool. I would consider one of those. Yeah, I'm such a homer for the 700 action though. It has so much, it means so much to me because it was the action that I grew up hunting with my grandfather, that when it comes to bolt action, I just couldn't leave it. Now the modern stuff after post freedom group is trash. Of course, it all have to be reworked or go to an older one, and then have it rechambered, recalibrated to 6.5, and then you have something. But if you've just got to be a Remington guy, some guys are, that's important to me. I want to look down and see. I want the familiarity and muscle memory of that bolt action on that 700. I've had it in my hand since I was 10. Goodness, we have a super chat from Mr. Philip P. He says, you draw my attention to the Helco Work splitting axe. I bought it and love it. Best buy this year. Thank you for greetings from Germany. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I've had some horror stories where things that I've had really good luck with, or one sample, and it turned out that it wasn't very good, and I've told people that it was good, and it gets around, hey, you told me this was good. It hasn't happened very often. Actually, the time that I'm thinking of was when one of my subscribers stepped up. He was going to make some holsters for guys, and we had all sorts of problems with that, so I've been reluctant to do it, but it's good to hear that feedback. It is good. I felt comfortable recommending it because I use it every day, and it's super awesome. That's a great axe. So shout out to you. Goodness, all the way from our German friends. Let us proceed. Hit that thumbs up, gentlemen. Subscribe and hit the bell icon. You'll get the notification when we go out for our first rescue mission, if it manifests, but usually it does. Yeah, the price will go up on that Helco Works. That's kind of a niche item. It's not likely to be a lot of those in inventory. I'm feeling a strange vibration. I think I just had a little ice chunk in there. Let's see if we'll spool it up here a little bit. I have not seen the mailman in chains. You know, the mailman said something to me very strange. I asked him about chains, and he said that the owner, I think it was the owner, said he can't use chains because of the all-wheel drive on the car. But I don't think that's correct. But you can lead a horse to water. We have a super chat from Mr. Jason Barr. Shout out to you, Jason. It says, my hunting rifle my whole life has been a 1960 Winchester Model 70. Featherweight. 270. It has the old Mauser action. Well, of course, the Mauser action is the gold standard. Like, if you can have that, like from the original German-built Mausers, I mean, that's what all bolt actions are compared to. That's the best. But, you know, that's not available to everyone. Old things, not everyone has the aptitude or the desire to find one or to educate themselves about it. So it is nice that there are modern options where you can just go get and it'll be a trustworthy rifle, like the Tikkas, or even the I've seen some incredible accuracy out of those. Is it the Ruger American or the Precision rifle, whatever it is? I've seen those shoot out of the box of 308s. I've seen them shoot to 1,500 meters out of the box, stock with good ammunition, of course. Shout out to you, Mr. Jason Barr. Goodness, we have a super chat. Oh, another super chat from Mr. Jason Bob. My grandpa bought it brand new. Well, that is really, really something. To have that, your grandfather's hunting rifle. I have my grandfather's hunting rifle as well. To have it new, that's an amazing thing. That's something you should all. I don't need to tell you. Of course you treasure it. That's why you're talking about it. As I treasure mine. I have my grandfather's Model 700, chambered in 7mm Remington Magnum. That was his elk hunting rifle. That's a very flat shooting rifle. That's actually a rifle that's been used by military folks for snipers. It's a very flat shooting rifle, big brass. He was lethal with that, absolutely lethal with that, and I have that from him as well. But that's a Remington. But he bought that in the 1960s to go on his first hunt in Alaska. Him and his brother flew in, were dropped off. That was the first hunt we did up in Alaska. Dropped off in a bush plane for 2 weeks, and they both shot caribou, and they had to fight for their lives for 2 weeks from a grizzly bear that was stalking them the whole time. My granddad would sleep at night and stay up during the day, and they would alternate. And his brother, and he would stay there on watch. They were out in the middle of a field, completely isolated. They'd been dropped off at a lake in grizzly country in the remote. You know, back. This is in the 60s. You know, men were harder back then. There weren't rules where you had to go with guides. They had no guide. And he had bought that 7mm for that hunting trip. And they fought that bear off. It wasn't 2 weeks. I think it was 10 days. They fought that bear off for 9 days. When you hunt in bear country, sometimes you'll have to leave your meat. You'll get it so deep that you can't pack it all out. You're talking hundreds of pounds. So you don't want the bears to get it. So what you'll do is you'll quarter it. Sometimes you'll skin it. We used to just gut it sometimes and hang it, and then come back and skin it later, or let it freeze, or skin it, let it hang the quarters, hang them in meat sacks, and then come back and haul them out. But the bear, they hung it up, and the bear was so big that he'd push over the trees, and then he would drag off the quarters of meat and go bury it somewhere. And my granddad and his brother would have to go out every day. This was how important the meat was to him. There's no meat this important to me, I assure you, gentlemen and ladies. and go get it and drag it back. The bear wouldn't eat it. He would just bury it under some foliage. He'd have to eat it later. And they'd drag it back, and they fought with this bear forever. And he said that 7mm he was warned was an awfully small caliber to have in that environment. And he said it felt very, very small. He was wishing he'd had a bigger rifle when that big grizzly was bothering them. So he was on a stump, had a position on the stump right by the tent. And there was a rock or something, and he had all of his ammunition lined out. And that was their life and their existence for that whole trip. Incredible. He was a hard and tough man. He wasn't a hard man. He was a gentle, meek man. He was very Christ-like, but he was a very strong man. Shout out to you, Jason. What a treasure to have that. Goodness, we have a super chat from Ingrained Outdoors, who writes, thoughts on the Ford Maverick, small truck, great MPG. Well, shout out to you. Certainly shout out to you. I don't know about the new Maverick. I haven't even looked at it. I can't even speak to it. If I can think to that when I'm on my computer, I'll go on their site and look at it. It's got a bit of a hill to climb, wouldn't you say? Let us proceed. Its previous generations are not exactly held in high regard, but it's an entry-level car. Mrs. W, if someone sees, she jumps in the comments, would you ask her if she can put some coffee on? Goodness, we have a super chat from our friend Peter Peterson, who writes, sounds like you have plenty of content for some gun videos. If you did a collaboration with Paul Harrell, it would be a YouTube with you. I'm embarrassed to say I don't even know who Paul Harrell is, but I don't follow the gun channels too much anymore. Why? How come I quit following the gun channels? Usually if I stop following something, I'll have to think about that. Shout out to you. Thank you. I don't know who that is. If someone can put me in touch with him, I'd be happy to look into it. I'm not going to do gun content. There's a lot better dudes than I out there to do it. I'm just more of an enthusiast. But thank you for that generosity. Goodness. All right. Let us proceed. I see the little black dog. That usually means Mrs. W is not too far behind. Oh goodness, we have a super chat from Question Tree, who writes, good afternoon, Cody. I remember you saying you and Mrs. W were going to talk about your early financial mistakes and things you would have done differently. Is that still going to get blessed? Yeah, we are going to do that. Mrs. W actually has put a lot of work into that. That'll be like the first video I've ever uploaded that actually had some preparation in that. I'll talk about this. This is important. It was a long discussion that we had. So, the church lady, the churchman tells us, count your blessings. Have we not heard this? Count your blessings. There's that old song, that hymn we grew up with. Count your many blessings. There's a lot of truth to that. I know we say that to our children, count your blessings. And it's a little bit tiresome to hear. But what she did was interesting. Is we were getting a little overwhelmed with the scope of work to do around here, in that trying to figure out how to build a house and the community center and all of that, and just as expensive as things are getting, and just there's so much going on. We were starting to really get overwhelmed, and she was feeling like she didn't have enough time. Her primary thing is to raise our children above anything above that, and anything else needs to fit in. She felt like it was starting to cut into that, and just, oh, we can't do this, and why is this taking so long? And so we sat down like, well, we don't like this. You know, we don't want to go the next year or so in this pressure cooker. How do we do this? And she, for some reason, she went back through all of the, you know, kind of back through the last 10 years through our, you know, financial records and emails and just highlights and high points and low points, and laid it all out. And what kind of came about by that? She was in the comments, and people were, it was the crowd that comes in and says, must be nice, you know. Oh, must be nice, you know. Easy for you to say, you know, you've got a skid steer. Easy for you to say, you've got all this, you got a brand new truck, and easy for you to say, and it must be nice, you know, with the whole thing that we've always dealt with. It's easy to see that what they haven't done is they didn't come in when we were in the old homestead, and we didn't even have a wood stove. I didn't have, you know, we raised a campaign and sold T-shirts for you guys. We raised enough money to buy our first riding lawnmower, and that more than anything, with it, we had a little trailer we got from a garage sale, was a tractor for us. It was just we used it for clearing the forest, and that was all we had. So we really we had nothing. It was very difficult. It was difficult for us to go through this and to get where we're at today. And so the Must Be Nice crowd, again, it doesn't have a lot of effect on me because this wasn't given to me. It wasn't given to me. I don't remember what we were talking about. Oh, here. So question 3 was saying, what we're going to talk. Oh, so yeah, I'm sorry. So what she did was that she went back to those times when we had nothing, when we were really, really struggling, and I was wondering whether I had made a bad decision, because I had taken, you know, I had built my wrecking yard, my Jeep parts business into a successful business, and you know, I was providing very well for my family, and when we made the decision to you know, I'd built my dream shop, a 5,000 square foot wood framed, beautiful building with a loading dock and individual bays and 4 roll. I mean, I had a pressure washing bay. It was beautiful. It was tailor made, my perfect dream shop, built exactly the way I wanted it, out of wood. It was beautiful. Parts room, hot running parts, commercial dishwasher for washing parts. I could literally take a basket and put my motorcycle and parts, slide it in there, and run it was incredible. Heat, wood stove, beautiful. Left all of that, and we found ourselves after, you know, we spoke to this in our book, found from that high water mark all the way to where we didn't have anything and lost our off-grid property, or had to give it back because we couldn't afford to build it, and lost all that money up there, and we're basically a brand new family with a little baby, living in one of my parents' rentals, a houseboat rental, vacation rental, you know, with nothing going on. I was depressed. I wanted to jump off a bridge. I felt like I had completely failed. So I understand. So there's must be nice. You don't know, but must be nice. Most people don't know the sacrifice that we went through and the effort that we've put into getting where we're at. And this isn't bragging. This is just a matter of fact. This is what happened. I've documented the whole thing. I've got the receipts. You can go back and watch for yourself. This isn't me just talking trash. This is what happened. So she went back to those dark days and basically made it kind of a timeline, the way that she teaches our children with timelines. You know, she teaches Jack the timelines of the major events in history through song. So he in his mind, you know, we can, how we learn the alphabet, you know, even as adults, we go back to that song, we sing the alphabet. And this timeline that she developed, where is interesting to see the progression and how long it took, you know, in 10 years, what took place from that time we had nothing to where we're at today. And she put it together in a concise way where we could sit down, we set up the camera, sit down in the living room in front of the fryer and cover this and go over this in the live stream. That's what we want to do. So we fully planned on doing it. It's just been so hectic we haven't done it. No other reason than that. But we need to do it. So if she jumps on here, make sure you remember the story of the unjust judge. Let him be your example and give her no peace until she commits to sitting down. It gives us a time, and we'll sit down there and do that. It's very interesting to see. It was very interesting for me too. You sit thinking, oh, things are so hard, and you look back and see how far you've gone and how far God has brought you along in cooperation with your hard work, and it's encouraging. So, and what's going to be really encouraging for you guys is you'll see my advanced age. and how old I was. I was older than a lot of you, and I had nothing. I'd lost everything because of my hubris and pride and arrogance. So you find, if you can see that, if you can read that story and hear that story, or what we can share with you, you're going to feel a lot better about things. You're like, goodness, he was in a worse spot than I am, and I'm 15 years younger than him. So that's encouraging. Goodness, do we have a super chat? We have a super chat from Jason Barr. Mr. Jason Barr, shout out to you. Thank you. Goodness, very generous of you. Jason writes, Luke 2:14 in the NIV. Not a fan of the NIV personally, but glory to God in the highest heaven and on earth. Peace to those of whom his favor rests. I love this translation. May we be known as the people of his favor. Yeah, peace. Yeah, I think I know where you're coming from there, Jason. We have an NIV in the house, and sometimes it does hit it. It's when people ask me what version of the Bible do I like. So I like about 7 of them. They're safety in numbers. We have to remember that it's a translation from Greek and Aramaic, right? Hebrew and Greek, is it? Aramaic? I forget. It doesn't matter, but it's translated. So there's just different languages. Sometimes we don't have all the words. So they pick the best or the closest that they can. Now, these are rarely doctrinal issues. It's just a matter of difference. And what's really helpful and what really makes you, if you want to be a proper professional homeowner and a proper man of the book, you need to be able to preach and teach from any of the Bibles freely. And if someone wants to call, you don't have to carry your Bible. You can open up the Bible in whoever's house, and you can go to it, and you can go to the Word, and you know what you're talking about. You'll be able to do it freely. That's how much confidence you can put into it. Now, with that being said, when you're getting into the deep study, when you're getting deep into the Word, you want to have the most accurate translation as possible. You don't want people putting their theology into it. People think so, and their bias can go into some of these translations. And I have found some issues in the NIV with that, where key doctrinal issues, the way that they worded it, they went away from the original intentionally to paint a narrative in a particular theology or particular thing. And that's what you have to be careful of. The more traditional, and there's no perfect book. There's people that will die on the King James Version, some of the old, the old saints. And that is indeed a very true, an accurate translation, and one that you can do deep study on, but it's a barrier to a lot of people. So to go up to the New King James Version is fine as well, in my opinion. You're on safe ground with all of these, but it's fun to have multiples, because when you can come to a spot where you're struggling with something, or it's just not translating well and you can't really get the gist of it or get the picture, you go to your NIV. I'll even go to the Message. There's even translations that let's say more interpretations that are really, really loose, fast and loose, but it helps you to get a better picture. And if you can take 5 or 10 Bibles, something you're really working on and struggling with, and see what they all say, it helps to build a more vivid picture, and it may help you in some way. Beware, gentlemen and ladies, beware of any man that comes as professing to be a man of God, that insists that you can only teach out of one book. Now, our Mormons and our Jehovah's Witness friends fall into that category. They have attached themselves to Christianity in some extent to gain the credibility that comes along with that. But let us not be deceived. They are not the same thing as a Protestant Christian. Not to say I wouldn't want to have a friend or a Mormon as a neighbor, probably before most other people. But let's draw that distinction. We got to be honest here. They will push you either to the Book of Mormon. They will say that, oh no, it's completely in parallel and lockstep with the 66, but that's not true. And the Jehovah's Witnesses, don't believe in the deity of Christ. They don't believe that he is the Son of God, and they have the original 66 are a hindrance to that theology. So they have made the changes in their Bible to accommodate that worldview. So just know that, and not casting shade, but that's just the way that it is. Shout out to our Mormon and Jehovah's Witness friends that are on the path to truth, and I hope they find it. Let us proceed. Boy, when I turn off the cat for so long, it resets everything. What do I think the biggest error in Christianity teaching today? I don't follow modern Christianity teaching like any of these Olsteins or even some of these, the heresy, some of these women teaching on the pulpit. Not appropriate. But yet they do it. What was that? What was that sound? Did I have an ice chunk? You know, I mean, I'm aware of the few of the players. I don't, you know, I stick with the genuine. You know, the example I always give is the bank teller is, when they bring the bank teller on, they show them the genuine, $100 bill. That's the standard on which everything is based off of. They do not put them through pictures of every possible counterfeit or replica to help them identify it. They don't. They all they do is they teach them what the genuine looks like, and everything else is compared to that standard. And that's the way that a man of faith, the man of the book needs to be. We have the book. The book is precious to us, and we need to know it backwards and forwards, because it is the standard by which everything is judged, doctrinally speaking. It is the benchmark. So I'm just not interested in any of these preachers or healers. They're online. Do I know? Are they doing the will of God? Who knows? I mean, there's many examples. Nebuchadnezzar in the Old Testament, you know, captured the royalty of Israel, castrated their sons, made their sons, the sons of the noblest and most highborn, made them slaves in his palace, utterly humiliated them, utterly cut off the most elite people's line from ever having the opportunity to produce the Messiah. You guys cannot begin to understand how terrible that was to these families. Worse than death. And yet was he not acting inside the will of God? Was he not an instrument of God to punish his people? So to fight against Nebuchadnezzar, which every man of the time would have wanted to do, would have been fighting against the will of God. So what do we do with that? I don't know. You know, I don't know who these men are. So I don't know. I can't even speak to it. I don't know what they teach. But as far as pet peeves, there's some things that are obvious. And that would be, of course, the prosperity doctrine. The prosperity doctrine is terrible. A secret rapture that all of a sudden the saints are going to be just disappear, and there'll be two in an airplane, and one will be taken and the other one left behind. We have all that series. Do you know what that's probably the worst one and the most insidious. There's folks that have read the Left Behind series, which was a popular 20 years ago series. It was a popular fictional series of people living through these tribulations. And there's a lot of good-natured folks that have read this and just have kind of adopted that as their worldview or their belief that there's going to be a secret rapture, that people will just be taken away. And they go to the scriptures and they quote the New Testament where it says there's going to be one grinding in the field, and one will be taken, and one left behind, and there'll be two on the rooftop, and one will be taken, and one will be left behind. But what they're doing is they're pulling that out of context. That's not at all what was being talked about. They've got it completely backwards. If you go back and read it and go back a little bit, it'll say, as were the days of Noah, so will be these days. He makes a direct comparison. As it was done in the days of Noah, so it will be done at the end time. That the two will be grinding in the field. One will be taken, and the other will be left behind. Well, who was taken in the days of Noah? The ones that were taken were the ones, the antediluvians, or the pre-diluvians, that were destroyed by the flood. They were taken. They were taken, they were destroyed. As it was in the days of the flood, or in the days of the second coming, two will be grinding or working in the field. One will be taken and one will be left behind. The one that is taken is not taken to a secret rapture. The one that is taken is the one that is destroyed at the coming of Christ. Because we know that what happens, there's a couple things that happen when Christ returns. First off, it says he comes as lightning that flashes from the east to the west. His appearance is so brilliant that it'll look like a lightning storm from the east to the west. And one key thing is that every eye will see him, meaning that every eye will see him. Well, does that make the argument for the flat earth? Can every eye see if you live on a sphere? We don't know. But every eye will see him, and we also know that his feet won't touch the ground. Now, these things are important to know because we have three, and we also have the description of how he will look and how his feet will be as burnished brass and all these things. He'll come as a conquering angel, it'll be incredible, unlike anything anyone's ever seen. And here, everyone will see him. All humanity will see him. And what does it say? The sea will give up their dead. So those that were buried at sea or were lost in sea will come up. And the earth will give up its dead. Those that were buried in the earth or graves or murdered, whatever, will come up and exist. And everybody will be resurrected. And every human that's ever been existed will stand and witness the coming of the Christ, of the Messiah. And yet there's two types of people there. There's the people that are taken. There's the people that would be destroyed by the light of a holy God, and there'll be those that are not destroyed because they've wrapped themselves and they've protected themselves with a robe of righteousness that is Jesus Christ. All of us will be sinners, and we won't be receiving the benefit of the kingdom or the promise of the kingdom because of our goodness. It will be because we accepted the sinless life that Christ offered to us for free, and we just accepted it. Like the men that were saved and the women that were saved in the days of Noah, they were saved not because they were the best. They were saved because they got on the boat. And that boat is Jesus Christ. So if you're on the boat, I don't mean to be irreverent here, but if you're on the boat, that's what saves you. So that's a very insidious teaching. Because what it does is it's straight from the pit of hell, because it teaches that there'll be a second chance. And that's because there is no second chance. Tomorrow's not promised to any one of us, not to you or me. You might not make it home from school or from your job. You might die in a car wreck or a heart attack. And if you haven't made that connection, if you haven't accepted your Savior, then you're in a doomed position. And that you will lie in the ground and wait until the resurrection. And when that resurrection comes, you will be of all people the most miserable. Why did I wait? We don't understand the knife that we walk on. The decisions this decision, how important this is. That's an insidious one. The eternal hellfire. There will be a pit that's desired. We need to get into the eternal hell. That needs to be a Bible study on its own, because it's very important, and it has caused unimaginable heartache for mothers and those who have lost people. Unspeakable, and it is something that we need to spend some time on. And it's very destructive. Those three things are there's a lot of them. Anytime a man of God professing to be a man of God stumbles and falls, it is the worst thing. I mean, the worst thing for Christianity, I talk too much. The worst thing for Christianity could be summed up in a few words in one sentence, and that would be Christians. It's sad that God has to do his work of saving his children, and he has to rely upon us to get it done. Or not to rely upon us to get it done. I misspeak. He has to collaborate or partner with us to get it done. Because you know what they say about partnerships? The only ship that won't sink, or the only ship that won't sail. Partnership. Let us proceed. Was that C.S. Lewis? Is that where I got that? Oh, the only partnership? I think you might be right. I've read so much of C.S. Lewis that I freely quote him, sometimes I think accidentally, as if it's my own. But he was very interesting. He had a man that was tremendously influential in his life, and it was John Bunyan. John Bunyan wrote Pilgrim's Progress. Looks like Jack is here with a message. Stand by. Yes.
Where's the snow biking backpacks?
They're in the trailer, maybe charging. What do you?
That trailer?
Did you look?
I haven't looked in there yet.
Jariah maybe put them in there to charge. I don't know.
Okay.
Do you need something?
Goggles for Mama.
Is she going skiing?
Huh?
She's going skiing?
Yeah.
Would you ask her if she could put me a thermos of coffee on?
I'll make you one.
And maybe some ginger cookies to go?
Do we have any?
I saved half a box.
Oh, okay. I'll do that.
She has a secret stash for me. All right, gentlemen, let us proceed. Jack is wicked. Mrs. W is going cross-country skiing. She's looking for her goggles. Yeah. Noel says I need to turn the check window off so I can get some work done. That's okay. You know, winter is about getting less work done. It'll all get done. I spent 30 years getting work done as fast as possible. I don't have to do it as much as I used to. That's one of the perks of getting older. Goodness, we have a super chat from WBLRE who says, what is going to be a quarter box of cookies? Well, it's going to be, so Mrs. W has got these little, they're Swedish ginger cookies. They're called Annas, I believe. Annas, they're wafer thin mint. I have room for a wafer thin mint. They're delicious. They're absolutely delicious. And they're really good with coffee. She had squirreled away a box for me last night, and I was lamenting about not having any, and she produced it. So I did eat half of them, but I did save the other box. So she has to put them away or Jack will get them. Let us proceed. Hit that thumbs up, gentlemen, if you haven't. I invite you to subscribe. You're not going to want to miss the best snow streams are the late night streams. If it snows all night, like it's supposed to, I'll just let it all lay down here, and we'll come out at about 8, 9 o'clock in the dark. Go out in the streets. Pepparkaka, yeah. That's a Swedish candy, the Swedish yeah, what's that? I forget what it is, but I know she likes that, whatever it is. We've got about 3 feet of snow on the ground. Gingerbread, yes, thank you. That's what she calls it, yeah, pepparkaka. I'm gonna get my stream taken down if I keep trying to pronounce that. Oh, there's Miss Catherine. Looks like the ladies are out going skiing. The local farmers have built a cross-country ski trail grooming machine that he tows behind his snowmobile, and they do a whole circuit, and the local farmers let people use their land and open it up. They do a whole circuit around here, and all the kids and the ladies, they get to ski on it. It's such a wonderful thing. Yeah, Swedish fish are all right. They're not my favorite, but I do like them. Mrs. W's favorite is salt licorice. Oh, here we go. What is this?
Steak sandwiches.
Oh, you even made lunch. Good grief.
You have a skier behind you and a skier in front. We're gonna go ski in the fields.
Okay,
So just don't run around.
sounds good. I'll be careful. Hey, Jack is bringing some coffee. Do you know where those, how do you say it? The pepper, how do you pronounce the ginger?
Kedverkakor.
Say it louder.
Kedverkakor.
That's it. Can you bring those to me?
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, she brought me a... I feel very, very, very fortunate to be able to live here. It's a hidden treasure. I don't even know where you would replace it, or if it even exists anywhere else. All right, I'm gonna get a sandwich on here. Sirloin steak sandwich, little tiny ones that I can manage in my exoskeleton. If we could just work out some sort of a feeding tube and a quick attach diesel filler that I could back up to, we could, in Pacific Northwest Coffee, we could do a 24-hour snow-blowing live stream and never get out. Goodness, I made a terrible mess. All right, gentlemen, let us proceed. Even the majority of the girls here, I mean, the young girls at the church events and that we see around and that work at the dairies and stuff, very conservative, no makeup, very, if at all, conservative. You always see them dressed, they look feminine, and they're just absolutely delightful. It's like an oasis. Yeah, it's too big, Noel. It's ridiculous. Mrs. W and I want a small house. A small house that you can heat easily with a single wood stove. This house does have an amazing HVAC system, though. It's all commercial. It's geothermal. So we can heat the whole thing, heat and air condition the whole thing. Keep it 72, the whole house, all the time. Our power bill's never more than $200 a month. That includes heating and electricity. But we also live in the land of hydraulic dams, so power's affordable here. Yeah, it's amazing. It's got a big commercial water boiler. And it's the whole facility is on a backup propane generator, central located generator system, so it comes on automatically when the power is cut. It comes on. I hear it every morning or every Monday morning. I think at 7 o'clock or 6:30. 7 o'clock, I think it is. It comes on and does a self-test, self-run for about 15 minutes. Yeah, I'm familiar with wood gasification. Actually, I've seen a couple trucks that were running using that. It works. It's a kind of a pain in its current form, but young Jack is bringing me a special treat. He found my cookies. I'm going to give you this. I won't drink that. I'll trade you. Can I ask you a huge favor, Jack? I need a napkin, and this in a smaller. It won't fit in my cup holder. Sorry about that. Could you bring me a napkin as well? These are the cookies. Here, gentlemen. You're gonna... You're gonna like these. They're really good. They're ginger cookies. They're from Sweden. And they're really... Oh, they're delicious. Let us proceed. Yeah, they're from IKEA. They are. That's where she gets them. There's an IKEA near the Portland airport, and when we pick up her parents when they come in, they usually stop there, and Mrs. W loads up on the holiday food there. They have a lot of traditional Swedish items like lingen and such. Horse meatballs. I haven't put butter in my coffee for a while. I see Peter's dropped by to help. Looks like he's got that well in hand. Noel just called you a snow chad.
Who?
One of our mods.
Oh, okay.
Snow chad.
Adios.
You know, of course, we always think our children are above average. And then they bring you coffee in a cup. This is just deplorable. This will not stand. We're going to drop some education on the lad about the proper way to do things here. Question. Have you ever drank a hot steaming liquid in a vehicle without a sippy cup type of lid?
Okay, well the other one was too big, so.
What we need is a thermos with that diameter, but with a drinkable lid. I don't think that was what he wanted to hear. There's a lot to learn in life. What do they tell us? Third time's the charm? Snow Chad was sad. He's definitely sad. Well, Mrs. W and I, we get no end of delight and skadeglädje, as our Swedish friends like to say it, from this sort of thing from our teenage son. It is your right to embarrass them occasionally, not too often. Jack has definitely become a Chad, though. He's involved in, as I've said, competitive debate, and Mrs. W sends me pictures and videos. And what happens is, it won't take long before Jack is holding court somewhere, and he has an audience of half a dozen or so shorties hanging on every word. So, I think Jack, if he can reach 6 foot status, which he's close, he might be a Chad. But you can't be a Chad under 6 foot. What was great was he wanted to argue, but he knew he didn't have a point. Oh, here we go. Oh, he didn't find a way. He brought me the first cup back. Does that one fit? Sorry, Jack, I just have to have 2 hands. Excellent. Thank you. Hey, Jack. So they have a new name for you. It's now Sad Chad after the coffee, the 3 times coffee.
3 trips.
3 trips, yeah. Sad Chad. See, the man that would even say something like that, spitting in another man's coffee, the fact that even comes to your mind, what does that say about a person? That is not an utterance from a professional homeowner, gentlemen. Deplorable. Low class, indeed. Oh, the coffee is perfect. It's actually not too hot. All right, let's go over here, gentlemen. We gotta clear the road down to the wood pile. We're gonna be snowing here for 3 days. It'll be a little bumpy for a moment, and then we'll jump in. We'll be good. We'll go down and see if the river's still there. Just deplorable. I think we're pretty much guaranteed a white Christmas. We usually have white Christmas here. All right, we're gonna spool the old cat up, maximum power, and we're gonna get after it here. We are at full chooch. Max power. We've got a proper cup of coffee suitable for a West Coast man. Standard. We are on the southern slope of Mount Fuji, blowing snow. Oh, diesel. Okay, we'll probably have enough to make it to the water, but we're gonna have to come back after that because we're not in the red yet, but we're close. We're down to about an eighth of tank. Goodness, we're in the gravel. Get out the gravel. I don't get it. I've got a perfectly flat road here, and yet I'm 10 degrees angling to the left, and then I'm going up a hill, and it's incredible. Good grief. What is going on here? I'm about to tip over in a field. How is that even possible? Good grief. Sometimes you just got to back up and start over. How does a 7.3 V8 do towing your cat? Oh, it doesn't even know it's there. It absolutely rips. I towed that mini excavator out of a canyon in southern Oregon, and it just absolutely had tremendous power in reserve. And we live in the mountains. Goodness, shut it down. We have a super chat from Overton Windex. Shout out to you, who writes, tomorrow's video, how to start a diesel that's been run completely dry. I see where you're going with this, yes. But the time to panic is not near. We're still not in the red, and the red's still a reserve of 5-6 gallons. I'm guessing. But thank you, Overton, and shout out to you. Let us proceed. It is snowing hard, gentlemen. It's not going to come through at 24p to you guys, but I assure you it is. The alternators, the cat has sadly one alternator, but it's a big one. It produces the power of 2 small ones. So that's enough for me. I'm starting to list again to the left for some bizarre unknown reason. In a flat field. I'm going to take you guys, we'll be down at the river in a bit, I'll take you down there and I'm going to get out for a little station identification for 3-4 minutes and then we will proceed. Well, we're in the foothills of in a alpine valley, subalpine valley, a high altitude valley, and the mountains start basically on the other side of the river to the north of here. So we're right at the base of it. That's why there's so much usable land here. It's kind of an anomaly. Yeah, there's nothing in this field. It's clean. There's no rocks in it or anything. It's all been picked. Now I've got firewood spread all over the place. Unfortunately, that does not do well with the blower, but I kind of know where that's at. We are blowing a lot of snow very far. Oh, got off my trail a little bit. Yeah, we're off Wi-Fi out here. To shut it down, we have a super Bradley Coward. Has never been a big city. Hasn't really suffered from real extreme violence and just the number of people. But Seattle is truly violent. It's a rough. It's worse than Portland. Things happen there first before they happen here. I would, I'd be interactive. Make sure you stay in touch with her. You should have an air tag on her, or make sure she has an Apple phone or a suitable phone where you can track and just know where she's at. It gives you a peace of mind, when she's moving. When Mrs. W and I, we have our phones connected. We make sure we know where Jack's at. We know where he's driving and when he left, and that's important. But I would not be opposed to. I'd make sure some things I would do for her was, if she's staying at a hotel and traveling for business, make sure that she just is taken door to door. Walk around in the city streets. Get an Uber or whatever and have them take you door to door. And don't make sure she's not walking around. It's not safe. People from that area will get in here and say, oh, it's not that bad. You're just being hyperbolic. It is that bad. I'm saying it's that bad because it is. So, everyone keep her in your prayers. It's a rough place for a woman to be. Let us proceed. And thank you. Goodness. Thank you, Bradley. Shout out to you. Yeah, Google Map location, whatever. They all have it. Huh. That's funny. Chicken Little is right. The sky is falling. It literally is. I don't know, Kyle, but welcome. Kyle got his first live stream live. Goodness, shut it down. We've got a super chat from Mr. Brian Horet. Hooray? Oh, I'm terrible with that. Best generator besides a Honda, in your opinion? Kubota. They make big generators, but for small generators, I know dudes that have the little Yamahas. Yamaha's makes a great product, always has. Yamaha motorcycles and stuff have always been kind of a little bit of a budget alternative to Honda. They've always seemed to be a little bit less, and they make great products. That little Yamaha is nice, but lots of dudes tell me for occasional use, if you're just pulling it out to keep your refrigerator running in an emergency or a power outage, that they do fine with the Harbor Freights, and the Harbor Freight engines seem to be getting better and better. So it's better to have a Harbor Freight generator than no generator. Excuse me, but better than that, I think maybe is to have no generator and wait until you can save up and buy a Honda generator. But if you absolutely have to have one, then I'd probably just go something cheap and then have picked out what you want and then start working towards that and saving for it. It's amazing what you can accomplish when you decide to do something. Like, you get something in your mind, like you can look at it say, oh, I want a Honda 7000 generator to back up my whole house so that my family doesn't have to be deprived of anything. And you go look at, oh, 5,000, whatever they are, that's going to be too much. First off, you can usually buy used for half price, and if you're smart about it, off season, buy generators in the summertime. buy ski gear in the summertime. Buy it out of season when it's not in demand, and you always get better deals. But when you when a guy starts thinking about something and researching and have it on your mind, all the little decisions in life that move you closer to acquiring that or achieving that goal, when you're always thinking about it, those decisions are made to move towards that goal or that direction. Some people call it manifest or speaking things into existence. A lot of people that are actually on the opposite side of Christianity, this manifest destiny and such, they believe in this 100%. They speak things into existence and they will things into existence. And there's a lot going on in the spiritual realm that we don't understand, but there is something to it, or they wouldn't be speaking to it all the time. Now, is it appropriate for a Christian to do this? Well, it depends on the spirit. I'm not praying to Lucifer to be the world's biggest YouTuber. I'm not willing to go that far. What I'm just talking about is just your daily habits. Start working towards that. Let us proceed, gentlemen. We're trying to get to the river. North to the river, of course. Kawasaki generator, you don't see those very often. I don't even know if they still make them. Yeah, the Honda EU 5000, that's an awesome generator. I have the 7000. Good to shut it down. We have a super chat from Ken Knight. Goodness, Ken Knight. Shout out to you, Ken. And Ken asks, would you go back to the Benchmade bug out if it had titanium scales instead of the cheap plastic? Appreciate your videos. Keep your knife family. No. No, I wouldn't. I've been faithful. I strayed. I don't even have it's in my bag. I threw it in my bag. My skinny jeans, they bind me. They bind up when I sit down if I put too many things in my pocket. So I've got it in the bag behind me. The 940. I strayed from the 940 one time, and that was to carry the Benchmade Para 2. Which, if you're going to leave your first love, that would be a very good reason to do so. No man would judge you for that. I don't even know if the Benchmade could judge me for that. But after carrying for years, it just did not stand up. It could not stand up to the 940, and I went back to the 940. Now, I haven't had it for a year. It was recently I found it. It's back in my life, and I've got no interest in any other knife. Shout out to you, Ken. Thank you for your generosity. I appreciate that. No, a bug out with titanium scales, that actually sounds super, super cool, to be honest with you. Yes, I would. I would carry that. We have a super sticker from Robert Ha, $10. Shout out to you. Thank you very much. Goodness. All right, let us proceed, gentlemen. Let's see. You know, to be honest, I'm not as interested in knives as I used to be. Like I used to look at the new catalogs and ooh, what's Spyderco coming out with, a Benchmade coming out with. I still would if it was in front of me. I would enjoy it, but I don't go to the trouble of actually acquiring it. I've just settled it. I'm just becoming just a bitter old curmudgeon, set in his ways, unflinching, unchanging. I'm ride or die. I'm ride or die with a 940. Amazing how you have to always be hands-on with this thing. I take my hand off for seconds to grab coffee, and we start. You don't make the correction, we start climbing. There is a knife. There is one knife that I would consider abandoning the 944. It's an older knife. It's been around some time. I wonder if any of you could guess what that would be. It's the only one that I would actually consider as an EDC. And if let's say that I found one on the ground today, and it's as good as I've never held one, but if it's as good as I think it is, I would put the 940 in the drawer and start carrying this new knife. But I won't buy one. It's not a buck, nope. No, Snap-on. They don't make a good knife. No, it's not an elk. I don't know what an elk knife is. Not a buck, not an old timer, no. I have a Glock knife. No, it's not that. No, it's an EDC knife. It's a folding knife. It's common. I mean, anyone who has a cursory knowledge of knives will know exactly what it is. It's nothing obscure outside of the knife community. No, it's not a Benchmade. It's not Swiss. I don't think so. I think it's American. Not a case. No, not a leather. I don't like Leatherman knives. It's a Savenza. Kirk's got it. Yeah, the Chris Reeves Savenza. I think. And again, I've never held one, but I've watched many reviews on it and people that have it that I trust, and that the Chris Reeves Savenza is probably the perfect EDC knife and the most beautiful. That's one of those knives that I think maybe the true elegance and craftsmanship doesn't come through online until you actually have it in your hand. It's one of those type of products. All right, should we blow some snow here? We're gonna need full power. We're gonna blow a couple feet. I don't know what a Savenza costs. I would imagine it's probably around $500. Double a Benchmade. Double a high-end Benchmade. Oh, Jason's underwhelmed. Well, it's, the classics. They're not sexy, they're just good. There's a reason why they're good. $426, yeah. That's too much for a knife. But they are beautiful. Perfect blade. I'm underwhelmed. That's funny. Yeah, that was a bit of... I maybe built it up too much. Essay knives. I have not tried them. I'm familiar with the company. I think they make a lot of military type knives. I've heard they're super, super nice. There's another knife maker that I do. I've never owned, but I would like to have, just for fun, I would like to have an OTF knife. I'd like to have a Microtech. Oh, is a bushcraft knife? Essie? Yeah, I might be thinking of something else. Got a little deep there, and they got in the gravel. Throwing dirt. We're getting close to the red on the reserve on the fuel, so we're gonna have to. I'm gonna take a little station identification break here. I'll let you all enjoy the river, and then we will we'll proceed and go get some fuel, and probably wrap up our stream. And don't let me go over the edge here because it's somewhat abrupt. Oh, that's pretty, isn't it? Whoops. Shout out to me. Oh, just love. Goodness, isn't it lovely, gentlemen? We have a super chat from Zach Super Cool YouTube channel. Shout out to you, Zach. Thank you very much. He writes, I got my first router, Milwaukee cordless. It's truly an amazing tool. I made a Mancella board. There's two cordless tools that I don't have that I very much would like to have, and one of them is a router. The other one is a cordless jigsaw. For some reason, I got in when I was doing the remodel on the previous home, I bought a corded jigsaw, I bought a Makita, and it's reasonably new. You know, it's not that old. It's just a nice tool. And I can't bring myself to buy a cordless one, and I suffer through the what a royal pain corded tools are because I bought that thing, and I've loathed the decision ever since. But I can't buy a cordless because I have a perfectly good corded one. But I need to get one. I need to get a corded jigsaw and a corded router. Those would be super handy. All right, gentlemen, I'm gonna back up here, and then we'll take a 3, 4, 5 minute break. You can enjoy God's handiwork right here in front of you. Isn't that beautiful? What's the amount you would require to jump in there right now and roll around in the snow? Because mine would probably be about 5 figures at this particular moment. Okay. Do a little house cleaning here. It's getting dark outside. It's looking ominous. It has the feel of a major storm settling in for good, and to drop a lot of snow. Yeah, and shout out to you. Shout out to you, Nicholas, for getting a brand new cordless router. That is a nice prize indeed. All right, I will be back. Not unless I drop that front. Not going anywhere until I drop that motor arm. That is the downside of the cat, is that getting out of the thing is... back, gentlemen. Almost. Boy, the snow is deep out there. Went over my boots. Now I got wet feet. Goodness, we have a super chat from Mr. Kyle Lundgren sneaking in. I bet he don't notice. You know I'm gonna notice. A shout out to you for your generosity. I sure appreciate that. Thank you very much. And we have another super chat from our friend Jason Barr. Shout out to you, Jason. And Jason writes, we recently had a local 75-year-old farmer die in a skid steer slide off of a manure pit. He could not get out. Be careful around that water, brother. I will, Jason. Thank you. Matter of fact, I'm going to take your advice and not go anywhere near that. We'll just back up. How's that? Yeah. If we went down in there and it landed in a way where I couldn't get the door open or get out through the back window, that'd be a rough death, wouldn't it? How deep is the river? Well, it varies, but right here, there's a hole right there that I'm guessing is probably close to 8 feet deep there. And then, it averages probably between 12 feet and 12 inches, depending where you're at. Yeah, not for me. I'm not getting in that cold water. Well, I was just plowing the road down to the firewood. It's been known, it's possible that it could stay cold for a long time, and if we get 2 or 3 storm cycles that come through, we could we could get snowed in, and if it gets too much snow, then we can't get to everything. Goodness, we have a super chat from Mr. Kyle B. Shout out to you, Kyle. Is that a little water dam or just a tree? We've tried to figure that out. I got down there and looked at it, and I think it's a log that was put in there a long time. And I don't know, maybe people know this, but this type of tree, fir trees and stuff around here, and it's probably true for most trees, if they can stay submerged and don't get oxygen to them, they'll last underwater almost indefinitely. When my dad and I were building houseboats, doing the moorages or the rafts for them, we worked with a lot of those old logs. Some of them have been in the water for over 100 years, and they were as solid, rock solid, no rot in them. So it looks to me to be just a really like a perfect log, almost as perfect as like what they would use for a telephone pole. But it's always underwater. It never gets air on it, so it will last there indefinitely. All right, let's head back to the shop, gentlemen. Yeah, I know, Noel. I was sad about that I split it all up. But I just was not keen on running that stuff through my sawmill. The logs weren't very big either, but in hindsight, I should have saved a dozen of them or so, but that's where we're at. I've never got this machine stuck. I even accidentally wasn't paying attention and dropped a track down in the irrigation ditch on the main road, and I thought for sure I was stuck, and it just crawled right back out. I got those super skookum studs that screw directly into the tracks. I used them a little bit last year, and with that, this thing was unstoppable. Like a full, I just put a few in. I didn't even put a whole bunch in. But you could feel the difference when they would come around, they would grip. I mean, it was incredible. But they really tore up my shop floor and everything bad. Someone pointed that out to me last year, and I poo-pooed it. And then I started looking at it like, oh goodness, they were right. That's terrible, just deplorable. So I had to take those out. But you don't need them, even without them. I mean, I don't know that it wouldn't be very good for plowing without those, but for a snowblower, it's awesome. Like this deep snow right here, we can just go out there anywhere we want to. I'd say it was forward about 3 feet of snow, but probably not much up beyond that. It's too heavy. I see this ladies out there skiing. I don't know if you can see them or not. Straight ahead up by those trees. Oh, the rig's all shaky. Does not like high speed. Oh, I can zoom here, can I? Oh no, I can't zoom, but I can't just adjust. It is what it is. So let's shake off some of this snow first, and we'll pull into the shop. I hope I didn't leave the fire go too long. Mama Kitty's in there. I stoked it up pretty good. It should still be going. We'll get some fire going, and that'll probably be it for our stream today. Shelter for the vehicles. Well, do you see over yonder? Right there. That's what that is. But we're still, I have another 2 weeks before the garage doors are installed, so that it's not secure. So we're not keeping stuff in there. We're not keeping a lot of stuff in there yet. But yeah, I agree with you. That's what we need to do. Oh, we've got to blow out this entry. My roof sheds right under the front door, so that's always a problem. So I will, let's see, I've got to pull my quad out. Let me jockey a few things around, and then we'll blow that out, and then we'll see to that fire, and we'll see where that takes us. Oh goodness, we have a super chat from All Dave All Night. Shout out to you. Thank you very much. I missed that. He writes, Grand Forest Brooks make excellent tools. I have a small forest axe, a Kuban hatchet and mini hatchet. I need could you please elaborate on the German splitting axe in your shop? Yes, I will. It's next time we're in there, I will do that. I'll do that for you. We'll bring it out, and actually I've got to file it. We'll do a live stream in there here pretty soon, and I'll cover that for you, how it works. We'll take the bolt out. I'll show you. It's completely different in that rather than kind of what we're talking about, if you're not familiar, an axe usually has an eye in it, and you know, man's age-old problem has been trying to figure out a solution to bond wood to metal in a safe way, because a loose piece of metal is dangerous. Maybe not so much if you're working by yourself. The chance of you coming back and hitting yourself with it are slim. But if you're working, let's say, on a railroad team where you're working shoulder to shoulder with other men driving railroad spikes, having one of those things come loose could kill someone. So it's always been a problem to try to figure this out. And you're working with a material, two materials that change all the time. You know, you have metal, which it does shrink and expand to a certain extent in extreme temperatures, but wood very much so, and also with humidity. So it's always in flux and it's always changing. And if you don't maintain it and stay up on it with a proper routine of boiled linseed oil and taking care of it properly, then it can become loose. So this is a solution that the Germans came up with, but rather than trying to keep an eye, a wood into a wood, that connection, they use two bolts and they use a squeezing mechanism. So as the wood changes, if you feel a looseness in it, then you can simply tighten it on the back and bring that up, or go either way. So, and I've been using that this winter, splitting wood, pretty heavily. The verdict's out. Will it stand up the test of time? Will it last? But so far it's pretty good. But thank you for that, and certainly shout out to you. All Dave, all night. Shout out to you, David. Thank you. It was very generous of you. All right, let's open up the shop. Whoop. Yeah, fill her up. Well, we got to fill her up too. I don't know if I didn't want to bore you guys with that. Good news, gentlemen. A package arrived. And it's my Amsoil order, which is always exciting. And I will be sharing with you what I received. And to go back to answer, excuse me, let me back up here a minute, 1 second. To go back to all Dave, who asked about that Helco, if you're still here with us, Dave, I will, I'll grab that and cover that for you. Just a second here. So we've got some more fun in the sun, gentlemen. This stream's not over yet. Getting your Amsoil package is a pretty fun event for me. I love Amsoil. I hope I got that garage door rolled up high enough. It's not so compact with this blower head on it, is it? Got to swing out over my bench. Yeah, they're incredibly compact. You won't do this with a traditional tractor. I haven't done it yet, have I? I should have went a little deeper there. I kind of got myself into a bind. This was a dumb idea. We're going to do this properly. How about we back in? Not what I was thinking. Oh, don't forget my garage door. This is going to end in disaster. I guarantee it. Diesel fuel. Yeah, we're going to run out of fuel. We're going to tear out my garage door in a time where lead time on garage door panels is 6 months. Here's a life lesson for you, gentlemen, right here. Let old Wranglerstar wisdom drop. Let old Wranglerstar drop some on you, because this is a perfect example. It is happening in real time. So I see in front of me a potential problem, and you guys see it as well. What's in front of me? Let's see it together. Right here. You can't. I'm going to bend this a little bit. Right there. You see that garage door? See, that's only halfway down. And now I do that because I thought, well, I don't want to let all the heat out, right? But I gave myself plenty of room to get that skid steer in there, right? I know that that's open. But here we have, I almost took the thing out even though knowing. So I just about made a huge mistake. I know I just about made a mistake because that chute sticking out there was up there high. It dawned on me like, oh, wait a minute, that garage door is up. I need to stop. But I stopped, I averted it. And yet now I want to push through and continue to try it backwards. You see, this is where wisdom comes in. You've got to respond to these things, even though you don't want to, and you're old and decrepit and your old broken bones hurt. Get out of the cab when you see something like that and make the correction. Don't take that out of the equation. Don't make it possible for you to make a mistake by tearing out a garage door like that when you know that that's what's going to happen. Right there. So I'm going to practice what I preach. Creep out of this thing again. It's very much like having a contact with law enforcement. So you're not hearing that. I didn't plug my microphone in. What I was saying was, getting out of this thing is as precarious as contact with law enforcement of getting shot or killed or falling off and breaking my leg. So the protocol should always be to raise the garage door as high as it will go all the time, every time. Okay. Goodness. Like, all that could have been averted if I would have opened that garage door. The Elders of Zion? Oh, is that Unitarian nonsense up there over in Saudi Arabia? Professional homeowners don't have any time for Unitarianism. We serve the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. All right, let us proceed, gentlemen. What type of mods do I do to my motorcycle? Oh, how much time do you have? There's not a thing on my 300. There's not a piece on my 300 that hasn't been touched or modified or changed or considered or altered in some way. Everything. Every single thing, literally. Apart from, the frame. I'm having a custom pipe built for my snow bike right now, as we speak. That's going to pair up with a new ECU that is going to turn this thing into a ferocious monster of tremendous power. Probably pushing 70 horsepower realistically. "70 horsepower in a 260-pound machine," or whatever it is. Tremendous. Stand by, gentlemen. We're going to go open our Amsoil box. We've got some new things I've never ordered before that I'm seeing for the first time as well. I was thinking about doing a video in the shop today. Projects I've got to do is, I've got to go get the, let's see, that looks a lot better. I've got to go get the John Deere snowblower. So I'll probably pull the blower head off, grab the forks, go grab that, and bring it over and get that serviced and ready for winter. So I've got some Amsoil products for that. I'm going to try with that, but I thought I'd do a video on what to do to get your snow blower or your small engines like that, how to get them ready for winter, and how to get them ready for when you need them for an emergency. So two things, but way that you can fog the engine to lubricate, all the stuff. It's gonna, if it's something that's good all summer. So that's probably what we're gonna do, or what I'm gonna do. Now we can have a nice, dry, warm exosuit for the midnight blowing session tonight. I can plug it into the extension cord and have the engine heater or the engine block stays warm too. It's really nice. You start it up and the heater is instantly warm. Okay. All right. Allow me a moment here to unpack all this stuff. I'm gonna have to take you guys over to the mothership, and then we'll get that fire going, and we'll open up our Amsoil box. There might even be something else cool. I saw maybe 2 boxes, 2 or 3. Okay, so how are we gonna do this? I'm gonna take this here, and I'm gonna bring the whole rig. I'll just set it up on my portrait stand. Plug that in. Bring the whole kit. That would be best. What happens if I flip you guys upside down? Will this reorient? Orient? Let's see. Tell me what happens if I do this. No, it doesn't. It doesn't fix it. Okay. So we'll figure it out. I hadn't planned on this, gentlemen. I apologize. I'm actually dealing with the Gordian knot as we speak, so cut me some slack here. Shout out to the Gordian knot. Of course, the Gordian knot was the mythical, or I don't know if it's mythical, if it was real. Alexander the Great, he approached some place he had conquered, and there was this legend. They had this knot that was, no one had been able to untie. It was a gigantic ball of rope that had been pulled tight from rope harnesses of animals, and it was believed that the man that could untie the Gordian knot was going to be the next conqueror of the world, or could do anything, something to that effect. Well, Alexander fooled with it for a while and got frustrated and pulled out his sword and just severed it in half and said, "There." You know, and that's always been kind of a model of thinking outside of the box. Here, stand by. We're gonna have to get you guys off of this contraption here. Thinking outside of the box when it comes to problem solving. You know, Alexander, you know, did he actually solve the did he, by cutting it in half, did he meet, I guess, the intended purpose of the law? Did that mean that he had solved it by cheating it? You know, it's the Kobayashi Maru. You know, it's the same type of thing, the unwinnable or the unbeatable problem. Okay, so we need a phone holder. So I think I have an extra one right here. Yeah, this will work. We'll put you in, and then we'll get a proper mount here. Oh, hi, Mama. How are you? You are very noisy. You're very noisy. Oh, I had a mount here the whole time. That's what we'll do. We'll just use the one that's on there. Until I get a camera person, this is our reality, gentlemen. I'm sorry. I'm ashamed. I try to do well. I'm fighting through it here. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Now we're on wheels. And that'll solve 9/10 of the problem. I'll show this to you. I put my mount on, my dashboard mount. This really turned out nice. I'm really happy with this. Shout out to Neil, or not Neil. Goodness, I forgot his name. For Lance, he sent me a nice message. He enjoyed the video I made. But what you didn't see was the dash plate right here. So this is a beautifully machined piece that is pre-drilled for all of the common mounting options for GPS's, Garmin, or even the Trail Techs, so they can receive their quick attach mounts. And that's, you know, just bomber rock solid on there. I have a billet cover because I'll break this off the first ride. I'll hit that with my chest and break that up. I've broken 3 of them. Expensive, and I didn't want to duplicate it, so I've just got one from off my stow bike. I'll just swap it back and forth. But isn't that nice? And if that wasn't good enough, check this out.
he makes these. This is a ram mount ball, and so that dash has a cutaway right there that receives that, so it replaces one of these M10 bolts, and it's got a hex head in it. So I torqued it down, to the 12 foot-pounds, just like the others, and now I can put a ram mount on there, so I can put a foam mount. So what I'm going to do is this. I think I have the pieces here. Well, I can demonstrate it. Yeah, right here. So the ram mount, this is the smallest, lightest arm you can get, and you don't have a full range of motion, but you don't need it. You have what you need. You have, now that'll mount on there. Now this is going to be a bomber rock solid mount. That is solid stainless steel. It's very heavy, and that's going to lock down even with these plastic arms. And then you've got a 1/4 there. So what I'll do there, basically have, is I'll adapt this here, and this is the rubber isolating mount that prevents these bikes will eat your phone if you hard mount them to the handlebars. Ask me how I know. I've ruined multiple phones. But this isolator, this is a rubber isolator on 3 points, and this mounting system that takes that vibration out and it'll save your phone. So I've just got to get the piece to adapt from here, and then I can turn this here, and the Trail Tech will be right here, which has all of my vital engine stuff on there, as well as satellite, GPS, and it's the whole package, that deal. But it's a bit antiquated compared to Gaia. I like my phone primarily, so this is my backup, and for durability, and then for usability, I'm going to use Gaia, and my phone on this mount will go right here. So this is what the dashboard will look like. It'll be perfect. It's off to my right side, and I can take it away, add it, subtract it, very easy. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Very clean.
I'm tickled. Absolutely tickled. Isn't that cool? There's got to be someone in the chat that understands how cool that is. Mama, let's get that fire going. I agree. It is cold in here. It is cold in here. Goodness. Goodness. I think I probably missed a super chat. Let me back up a little bit. Goodness, we don't want to miss anyone. Oh, here we go. We have a super chat from Mr. Tyler Owens. Shout out to you, Tyler. Come here, Mama. Come here. Come here. Come on. You're gonna get. Oh, you're warm. You've been sitting by the stove. Don't put your claws out. Put your claws away. Oh, she scrolled away there. What do we have here? We have a super chat, Mama. Where'd it go? We lost it. Oh no, nothing but the best production here. We're backing up. We're backing up. Can't see. Tyler says, did your parents end up leaving the community you grew up in after you and your sister understand it? They did. Yeah, they did. It was some years later. But yeah, they haven't been part of it for several years now. But they were there for quite a while. But we were separated or estranged for many years. And then something happened. My dad had his appendix ruptured, and my mom got a hold of my sister and I, because we hadn't been in communication with them, and then that reunited us. That common family tragedy, and then we were together after that. Mommy, your claws are too sharp. I know. She does this on purpose, so I won't let her down. But shout out to you, and thank you for that. Good grief. All right, let's get that fire going. Woo! I know, Mama, I know. And it's not enough that she gets a fire. Now, if it's not hot enough. Even your male felines, I think, are daughters. Well, I know. We'll fill it up. It'll last a long time after we do that. Here, if I open it up there, you can get some heat off of that.
that's a mean one. Must have a limb in it. Oh, it did. A big old limb in it. Did you know our Amsoil box came out, Mother? Did you know that? Did you know our Amsoil box came in? I'll show you that. Helco. What we were talking about. This is the way it's connected. This is a Helco. This is not really their splitting axe, but not considered their maul. They have a maul that's even heavier than this, and this is a bruiser. This is a big tool. Nice arch in the handle. That's good for reaching, for big rounds. It doesn't strike. If you overstrike, it gives it a little bit more, just a little bit more room to work with when it bites deep. And the head is a big, thick piece of American hickory. And that has 2 bolts that go through and are threaded into the splitting head. So as this shrinks or dries, you can loosen it or tighten it. And it also has this C channel, which is, that's thick, 1/4 inch. That is basically, it's armor plated. So as you go through, it's protecting all of that wood. It's a very interesting design, and it's nice to work with. It's very well balanced. I love the handle. I thought the handle was a little strange at first, but I like it. They got it right. But this is a Helco Works, Helko Work, WERK. And these are made in, is it Germany or Austria? I forget. But they use US, Germany. These are made in Germany. But the handles are US hickory. And even the Germans know that US Tennessee hickory is the best wood in the world for tool handles. Just like the Douglas fir tree is the best, most suitable building material, wood for building material for general purpose, just all around. It's the perfect line of strength and weight. You take oak, is stronger than Douglas fir. If we take a beam, let's say we take a 24 by 24 beam, something huge, and we start making it longer and longer and longer, the oak starts to fail under its own weight. It's just, there's too much mass, and it fails way before Douglas fir will. Douglas fir, because it's so strainy, look at the strains, like when you split it, little slivers, that's like, gives you terrible slivers. There's a lot of those fibers. It binds and holds together very well, so it's very, very strong. And it's a softer wood, so it's reasonably light as well. So you can do bigger spans, and it's the perfect material. And it makes nice firewood too. We like to burn it here. And excellent kindling. The only thing that makes better kindling is Western red cedar. Western red cedar is the creme de la creme of wood for cedar, for kindling. You can light it with a match. Cedar has a lot of oils in it. That's why it's really good for ground contact. It preserves itself very well. And it makes excellent kindling. All right, let's go grab our Amsoil. Let's get you guys set up here. Oh, I'll turn it up. Turn it up. That'll get it going. That'll get it going. Let's see here, Mama. Should we set up right here? I'm gonna go grab my box. Oh, it's a B2. They must have a distribution center that's close by, because I usually get it the next day.
It's super fast. But I have noticed that they've started to have a few things that are no longer in stock, or that are out of stock. Let's see what I got. Can you guys see okay? Should I back you up a little bit? You know, I can't see what's going on, so I'm gonna flip cameras. This camera's not quite as good, but I think it'll be good enough. Hello, love. How was your ski?
So nice to be outside.
Isn't it? I've got the live stream on.
Hi, everyone.
We'll see you in a little bit. That's pretty good, huh? Does that work? We're just going off the camera mic. Is that good for you guys? Some of this stuff I'm gonna need for the snowblower, the John Deere. Shout out to Amsoil. Ah, yes. All sorts of good stuff. What did we get here? You know, I don't know. I'm either gonna get that snowblower going. You know what I think I might do? I have a parts room behind here that I've built up that I've tried to keep really organized, and it's in shambles for some. It's like I've not been good about putting things away, so I might just pull a bunch of that stuff out there, sweep it, get that sorted, and then do this. So this is Power Sports, their coolant 50-50 mix. Use that for all the motorcycles. I was getting a little bit low on that. Small engine oil. Synthetic. So this is the first time I've used this. Did a bunch of reading and research on this. This apparently the stuff, and it's a full synthetic for our small engine, Briggs and Stratton, little things like that. So I don't know what Kawasaki build the engines for the John Deeres. I don't know what they recommend, but I'm just gonna go with this. And I went with the 1030 just as an all around. Maybe I should have went down to 5-weight, but it's synthetic, so it's, you know how much thinner it is. So we're gonna try that. A full synthetic small engine oil. That's kind of cool. Antifreeze. Let's see, this is an extra one. I'd like to keep a full change for my truck or one of the cars on this. So this would be for the cars. And I've got a few. I just periodically when I'm ordering, I throw one on there. Like eventually I'll have enough for the whole cooling system. Bar and chain oil. I got 2 gallons of this. We're going to be cutting firewood this spring. So I thought, well, I like to keep about 5 gallons of bar oil. And that's probably what I have. Yeah, probably about 5 gallons I can put together through multiple containers. Bar oil, if you don't know, is different than other oils and because it's so sticky. I'll show you. When you've got that chainsaw, you're trying to lubricate that chain on that bar, and that's spinning around, and as it's coming around the tip, it's flinging that lubricating oil off, as it's being injected. So you want something that really sticks on there and it doesn't fling off. So the difference between this and just motor oil is that you put your finger in it there, you can see how it strings. Maybe you can. How stringy it is. It's almost like a sticky, it's sticky, it's gooey, sticky oil. And that's designed for that very reason. That's a good product there too. Mixed pack. That means we have multiple things in here. This is my Blue Point. you're always looking for a knife, and I got one dedicated that lives right in this drawer. It's everything has its place here, and this goes right here. So no matter what, whenever I have a box, I always know it's there, and I don't tell anyone about it, so no one's gonna borrow it. Oh, this is some cool stuff here. These are some things I'm gonna try. Some fuel additives, a quick shot stabilizer if I ethanol problem. So I don't run ethanol gas in any of my equipment, so I'm not concerned with this. But I get dudes over here that do. Oh, my thing won't run, and people show up in the shop, and we're looking, trying to figure it out. This with that sometimes. Sometimes if it's got water in the fuel, some of these have some alcohol or different additives that will absorb that and help pass that through. But we're trying it. We're trying this stuff. Now this is really interesting. This is the Dominator line. Their stuff. That's what I use a lot of their products for motorcycles. They did a bunch of testing on it, and it lowers engine temperatures up 25 degrees, and it helps heat. It helps transfer heat through the water quicker, so it heats up quicker. So if you were to start your car in cold weather, so I'm really interested to try that. I want to get a day where the to come up to 200 degrees or up to temperature, and then add this and see if indeed it comes up quicker. But so we'll try that. These are just some of the things I ordered that I have never used before. Now this one's cool. Is this no, this isn't it. The octane boost. Gasoline. What did I get here? Deep cleaning additive gasoline. I don't remember. I don't remember what I was thinking. Maybe I just went through the fuel additives and I would try them. And then that's another coolant boost. Yeah, so pair. And then this silicone spray, I haven't used this yet. I really like the Mudslinger. The Mudslinger, anything lawnmowers, anything before you really well, and it puts finish on it and protects it. It's a lot easier to clean. It's a silicone-based something, but this one's different. And this towards, I think, penetrating, getting in and lubricating like small things like levers and such. So we'll try that one as well. That's a new one for me. Fogging oil. This is also one I haven't tried. This fogging oil for 2-stroke and 4-strokes fights corrosion. So this, if you're going to have something sit for a long time, it's bad for engines to sit too long because they're all metal. So if you live, especially for Southern man, where the humidity is down there and everything corrodes, the connecting rods and all the metal components inside the engine can actually start rusting in there because the oil is dripped off of them. So I think the idea of this is to kind of protect it with a fine mist of high quality protectant that's going to stick on there and not drain off and prevent that from corroding, but still allow it to fire up and start, not completely flood it. So we'll try that too. That's something that's kind of new to me that I haven't done in the past that I recently kind of been made aware of. And then gasoline stabilizer. So this is oil's version of basically of the red stuff. What's the red stuff that we use? The stabilizer. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So we'll try that, I guess. We'll see. Goodness, we have a super chat from, who is that? Mr. Jason Barr. Shout out to you, Jason. Where's the camera at? I can't believe you are using all of these oils. What about Mother Nature? Yeah, I know. I know how it is. But diesel makes the world go around, doesn't it? This is, I couldn't resist. It was like $3.99. So they offer a lot of really nice, handy shop helpers and tools. I should probably get some glasses that aren't sunglasses. These are prescription, that's why I'm wearing them. Like this sort of thing. And everything's really nice. It's very affordable, it's like $6-7, and it's a nice stainless steel magnetic parts tray. And having this is really nice around the shop. Everything sticks in there. But I was looking through their small shop supplies, and they had these guys. And we buy a lot of the oil for the trucks and the oil changes in the 1-gallon cans. And those can be kind of hard to pour. Even like this here. And so what this is, I thought, man, for I think it was like $3 or $4, and it's really, I mean, it's very nicely made. This is not cheap. You can tell it's good plastics, good castings. Made in, I mean, it's made in the USA. Right there, off and on. Look at that. I don't even know how cool it is. A skookum unit right there. You can lock it off and you can actually close it. And meter how much flow you want. Excellent. Excellent. I think the idea is, that's very nice, I think, is on these 1 gallon cans, I think it threads on. So let's say your synthetic, here you go. This is a better test. Your synthetic motor oil for your small engines. How much are you going to use on those? How much does a Briggs hold? Not very much, just a mouthful, right? So you could, this would be perfect for that. Does it actually go on there? Oh, it fits, it's got an adapter, it fits on both, the big and the small. Gentlemen and ladies, this is a skookum choocher right here, for sure. That may be the best $3 or $4, whatever it was I've ever spent. Look at that. Just look at that. On, off, on, off. Amsoil, I'm telling you guys. Check it out. So let's say you want to put a small one. This has the big mouth as well. Is this designed to fit on the competitors, like the little small mouth, like you would get at the parts store right there? So it's an adapter. That's really nice. You know, it's the little things in life, gentlemen. And that is one of them. If I didn't love Amsoil before, that's very handy in that this is going to last a long time with those little tiny crankcases. Now you put this on there and you can pour it in there, control it. You can even turn it. That's very nice. Let us proceed. And this here, what is this? Oh, this. Oh yeah, this is for the first time as well. Goodness, we have a super chat. We have a super chat from Jason Barr. Shout out to you, Jason. Thank you very much. And Jason writes, I use that exact oil dispenser hose on my small engines. That oil is top notch in small engines. Well, I'm glad to hear that. It comes recommended by the smartest guy in the chat, Mr. Barr. Thank you. Yeah, I saw that and I did I did a little digging around on that as well, and I had come to the exact same conclusion. I just wasn't quite sure on the viscosity rating, but I thought the 1030 is kind of a good middle ground. It's such high quality. But check this stuff out here. Now this is octane boost, Dominator, up to 4 numbers of octane. So that means that, so I'm running, what am I running? 92 non-ethanol, premium fuel in the snow bikes and the moto, and then this will take it up possibly to 4. So I could possibly be up to 96. That's pretty spicy gas. How much will this mix? For off-road racing use only. I mean, there's a lot of snake oil out there. We've, all the stuff at the parts stores. All of us car guys know that. Amsoil doesn't, they do the research and they provide the data. So if you want to go, you can go on their site and you're like, octane boost, what does it do? They extensively test, they field test, and they provide the data, and you can see these are the numbers. This is what it is. They're not just selling something in the hopes that it's going to work. It's a good company. So this treats up to 15 gallons of gasoline, up to. Yeah, so I'll have to figure out to do some testing, kind of see how much I want to add to that. So we're going to try that. So I got a case of those guys right there. There was another package. Let me go see what that is. Is that another Amsoil, or is this the size of it? Let me get anything else cool. I think I know what this is. From the UK. Oh, it's from the UK. I know what this is. This is my Christmas gift from Mrs. W. She asked me what I wanted, so I ordered it. But I can't open it, although I know what it is. But this is my Christmas gift from jolly old England. And here, well, that's hers. Oh, that's it. All right. That is it, gentlemen. I think we'll probably shut it down. I'm gonna have to go put that in her hands. I'll never be able to resist the temptation of not opening it. It is from England still. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for all of the super chats. And to the moderators, Mrs. W and I need to get together and think of some way we can do something nice for you guys for helping out with that. To our new members, shout out to you as well. And thanks for hanging out. So pray for snow. Hopefully it will keep going. It's still snowing out there. And if it builds up, we'll kick this off tonight and we'll do maybe a late midnight snow stream if it continues. So thank you, gentlemen. May God bless you and your families. Please keep us in your prayers. We pray for you constantly, and we'll see you guys over on either the next video or the next snow stream.